What you can see, I want you to draw for me. Okay? This exercise will take, I'll give you 4 minutes. I want you to know their name, what they do, or what organization they're from. Okay? One unique thing about them, about that person. Kama anakuanga Sunday school teacher, anaimbanga kwa kwaya, ameolewa zaidi ya mara mbili. Okay? And then you draw for me that person seated next to you. Tuko vizuri mpaka hapo? Huh? Could I hear some response from the room? Are we okay till there?
Yes.
First of all, anza na kumwambia good morning. How to hear a lot good mornings? Hey, unaambia good morning na unaniangalia tatu ya waambia good morning. Their eyes has been broken. So, know something about them. I'll give you only 4 minutes or 3 minutes, and then thereafter. So when I come to your table, and also have a name of your table. When I come there, when you pick the microphone, instead of saying my name is Maureen Kivuti, then I say my name is Titus Agworo, I'm from Aging Concern. One unique thing about me is that I have one wife. Something like that. Okay, so, and then I show you the image. So let's do it. Something unique, I don't want the usual ones. If it's a skill, in 4 minutes. Nataka kusikia makelele in the room. Sisikika watu wanaongea. You guys are whispering, eh? You're free to talk. Who doesn't have a partner? Don't have a partner? Please pair up with her. I want you to know her. You know each other. Who else doesn't have a partner? Make sure your table also has a name. It can be a name of an animal, a name of a food. Alright? I'll repeat the exercise again. So I want you to know the person who's seated next to you, know their name, the organization that they come from. After you've known the organization they come from, I want you to know one unique factor about them. And then thereafter, because we're in the CBC era, please draw for me your neighbor. Just give me a sketch of how your neighbor looks like. Right? Remember, your 4 minutes are almost elapsing. Kindly have a name for your table, because going forward today we will use those tables. First table to finish, I want to hear a bang. I want to hear something like... Are we ready? 4 minutes have elapsed. Are we ready? Don't think too much. Don't think too much. Today is not a day to think too much. We chora ukile unaona. Chora mtu. All right, now I'll call the room to order, and I will begin with this table because it has my friend. What is the name of your table? Give a name. See, today I want us to minimize how we are going to. These sweets are normally put there because ukinyamaza sana, bad harufu will come from your mouth. So we will use less sweets today. Every table has to have a name. It can be a name of an animal, a food, a shoe. It can be just anything. I'll start with this table. Let us start. Good morning. What is the name of your table? Here you go. All right. I'm going to call the room to order. Let's listen in. Kindly rise up, Erastus, because older persons are not dependent, they are independent. So, sir.
Okay, good morning. Thank you, Maureen. Table yetu inaitwa Ngamia because you have a colleague who knows about Ngamia 1. You know about Ngamia 1? You know about Ngamia 1? And Ngamia 2, what was it? The word exploration in Turkana. Remember? My friend comes from there, yeah? So, my name is Rebecca Ikwam. My organization is Echambiaito. Something so unique about me.
Let's listen in. 1 minute, Erastus.
Okay.
Let's all listen in. Time is up. Time is up for introductions. So let's listen in so that we don't call each other brosies in this room. Okay?
Now we are talking to Titus and Martha and
Titus, our coordinators, you okay? Okay, let's listen in. Let's go, Erastus.
So one of the very unique things about Rebecca, yeah? My name is Rebecca, that I happen to have 4 kids, and 2 boys, 2 girls. And from that family, I have also 4 grandchildren, 2 boys, 2 girls. And the first ones, among the grandchildren and also among my kids, no, my grandchildren, the firstborn, and my children myself, the firstborn, they share birthdays.
A big round of applause to Rebecca. So the introductions will be very brief because of our time, okay? Carry on, Erastus.
Good morning. My name is Erastus Maina from Elpet, Kenya. One unique thing about me is I'm a product or a son of an old person. My father bore me when he was too old to bear a child. And secondly, my 2 firstborn sisters, their firstborns are far much older than me. What I like doing is I like listening to Ghetto FM, fun, so I'm a young person at heart. Thank you.
Pigeni makofi. Yani mtoto wa sponsor. Pigeni makofi vizuri. You see, unique things, huh? All right, we carry on.
Morning all. My name is Violet Kakai. I'm a program coordinator with Karika. I love working with the older persons, more than 1,000 older persons. And I'm the choir leader of a choir made up of these older persons, more than 25 of them. Thank you.
Pigeni makofi tafadhali. Probably for us who've just joined in, what we are doing is we are doing the opposites. I saw her face when she says, my name is Erastus, and you turned. So you're introducing the person next to you. You're saying one unique attribute about that person next to you, and then because we're in the CPC era, you just draw them a bit. I want to see those sketches so that I can understand. Okay? Let's carry on.
Hello everyone. My name is Sarah Irugu. I work for Women for Dementia Africa. She loves nutrition and she has I have a grandson who is very funny and he loves Kung Fu. Yes, thank you.
A big round of applause. I want you guys to also see that we have the element of family somewhere. Senor? Okay, we move to this table. What's the name of your table, please?
Leopards.
Leopards. Kindly raise up. All the persons are very independent.
My name is Faith. I come from Ethel Foundation for the Aged. Something unique, I think I'm the youngest person here. I like traveling. Thank you.
Big round of applause. We have a Gen Z in the house. Kindly rise up. Let's do this.
Good morning. I'm Felicitas. I'm program manager for Ethel Foundation. And one unique thing about me, I'm confident. Yes.
Confidence. So beginning makofi.
Hi, morning.
Morning.
My name is Alice Mwangi. I'm a principal social worker at the Nairobi City County Office. And one unique thing about me, I'm a giver. Very kind.
She is.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Jane Cherry. I'm from Aga Khan University. I'm a research assistant. And one unique thing about me is that I go for running every Saturday. Thank you.
Beginning makofi. Healthy living. Senor, you choose how you want to age. Sini kweli? Hi, my darling. How are you today? She was not. She won't participate. What is the name of your table?
Yes, you know, you are so fast. My name is Pauline Makwaka, and I'm loud enough. I introduce you.
Yes?
Don't say my name.
No, you say his name.
Huh?
Say his name.
His name?
Yes.
My name is Jeffrey Abicha. I am from Wangu Kanja Foundation. I deal with research of what social problems are in the community, especially sexual abuse in the community. I am interested in art and design. Thank you.
Big round of applause to her.
So, my name is Pauline Makwaka. I'm from Senior Women Citizens for Change. And I'm a human rights activist, most of women and girls and older people, and I love music. Thank you.
Amazing.
Good morning. My name is Salma Wairimu.
You didn't clap.
A big round of applause to the tafadhali.
My name is Salma Wairimu. I'm from Senior Women Citizens for Change, and I'm the youngest girl in this room.
Morning.
Morning.
My name is Templar Sitaji. I'm from State Department for Social Protection and Senior Citizens Affairs. And one unique factor about me is that I have one son.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I was not part of the game, but my name is Sarah Liku.
No, we ban you. You'll have to do something with her, Makena. A big round of applause to her. Rules are rules. Ni kweli? Sheria ni sheria. Na wazee wasawingi sheria. Kama kwenu amesema mvae linda refu mtavaa. Tell us the name of the table. Introduce yourselves.
Okay, good morning. I want to introduce the name of the table because I was also not part of that game.
Okay.
But if I find an appropriate partner, I'll engage. The name of the table is Joey, in the honor of former Prime Minister.
Joey it is. Joey. Okay. Thank you so much. A big round of applause. I'll be there. Really nice seeing you.
Hello. Good morning. I am Titus Agoro. I am the CEO of Aging Concern Foundation. I'm very consistent, extremely consistent, and I can't change. I'm married with 3 children, 1 girl and 2 boys. Okay.
A big round of applause. Titus is taken. Even when you're mechukuliwa makofi, by the time got finished, people look up. Sorry, Titus. We go.
She has done it so well. Good morning.
Good morning.
So my name is Alice Mwiruri. I am the CEO of Lake Adult Family Homes in Lakewood, Washington. I am also the CEO of Natural Juicing Center in Kahawa Sukari, where I have led for the past 15 years. And at Lakewood Adult Family Homes, I started it in 1997. I am married, happily married, with 5 children, with amazing 4 girls and 1 boy. Something unique about Alice is that Alice likes to take care of people, and she really, really loves natural healing. And later on, when there's a chance, she would like to say a little bit more about natural healing. Thank you.
A big round of applause. Alice, I'm also by myself in my home and I'm not married. That son, I think, is a match made from heaven. A big round of applause. Washington, son, amazing.
Good morning. My name is Cindy Charity. I represent Sukun. One unique thing about me is that I have one of the rarest personality traits called INFJ. That means introverted, intuitive, feeling, and judging. That's who I am, and I'm beautiful.
A big round of applause.
Hello.
Hi.
Good morning. I'm Tomokesh from Kibera. And the unique thing about Tom is that Tom is the president of Kibera. Yes.
Chugwa. All right, we move to this table. Perhaps for those who just came in, our guests, the rule of the game was that you know your neighbor, you introduce your neighbor, okay? Tell us one unique thing about them, and because we're in the CBC era, just roll what you can see. Take it up.
Good morning. Our table's name is Cupcake.
Cupcake.
Yeah, and my name is Yokami Ngari, and one of my unique traits is also corroborated with Cupcake because I'm a cake addict, and I'm a notebook collector. I'm the ED, Africa Women Global Network. Thank you.
Pigiri makofi. Okay, let's stronger clap.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Kimuhu. I am from Mikop, Kenya. I'm the ambassador, Third World Congress of Age-Friendly Cities and Communities. Something unique about me is that I am an activist, and I am also an older person, and I am very proud of it. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Anita Wendo. I'm from Sukun, and one thing about me, unique thing about me, is that I like scrapbooking.
associated with Aga Khan University. And one thing about her, she's a globetrotter.
She's a, sorry?
A globetrotter.
Aha. Give him a coffee. What is the name of your table?
Cupcake.
Cupcake. Ah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mary Wanjiko. I'm from Uhai NGO, all the way from Moranga, the slopes of Mount Kenya. I love the elderly, and I also love to travel. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I am Pauline Kiko Gao. I like feeding the nation. My unique, I'm unique because I like adventure, and I also love the older persons.
But beginning my coffee table cupcake. If there is a sweet. You're done with your table? Okay. Clap for this table. This table is an interesting table. A big round of applause for this table. Because I'd like to know the name of the table. I went to London and I said stop. Here you go, mommy. Oh, I've just been guided. Mom, I've just been guided. You're the mystery. Let's get the name of the table.
Our name is Tropical. Is that enough?
Yes. Thank you so much. But begin my coffee tafadhali. You're the mystery. There are two people. Maurice, did you introduce yourself? Please tell us who your neighbor is. Yeah, you're two people there. Now, as we conclude the exercise, the ones that we've concluded, let's be upstanding. I want those books exchange. The image. Cupcake exchange with Joey. I want those images to be exchanged with Joey. Don't pass like this. I want you to stand up and pass to Joey. This is Tim. Gamia 1. Exchange with. This is Giraffe. Exchange with Giraffe. The images. What you've drawn. Image. Image. What's the name of your table? Leopards. You'll exchange. Sarah, tell us about your neighbor. Image. I need images.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Edwin Gitau Kibe, founder and executive director of Wellbeing Kenya NGO. We have programs in Murang'a, Kiambu, and Machakos County. I am passionate about mental health, addiction counseling, care, and support for older persons. Thank you.
Give him a coffee.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Sarah Njoko. I'm the Programs Officer at Aging Concern Foundation. And the unique thing is that I am disciplined, consistent individual. Thank you.
Anybody else who wants to introduce themselves? You have to pair up with him, her, and you. So you guys need to know each other. Anybody else in the room? I've told you today we are minimizing the use of these tropicals. They're normally there because when you keep quiet, there's an order that comes from your mouth. So now, today we won't use it. Anybody else who has not said anything in the room? Before we... please, you ready?
No, I'm permanent.
Okay. Anyone else? I only want to leave anybody out. All right. Have you exchanged the images? I didn't see movement in the room. I need to see movement in the room, a bit, just a bit. So that when we get to serious business, what 2 hours in. Tom, can you show them what movement means?
Yes.
You know Kibra is always moving.
You guys, move.
Kuluila illustrate what movement means, Tom. Show them how you want them to move.
All right. Can we stand?
Let's be upstanding.
Can we stand? And you see, in Kibera, there are many valleys and hills. So as you walk, you're always careful not to go into a valley or a gully. So you walk, you be careful. So lift up one of your legs and
Okay, let's go the Kibera way. We go. Remember, all the persons are not frail.
Yes,
they're
yes.
independent.
Lift your leg.
We go Kibera way.
And pass that leg, gully. Lift your other leg, pass the gully. All right.
So exchange your images like that, kindly. Two minutes. Kindly have your seats. 2 minutes. I've just been guided that we have online participants. Before I hand over the session, are we done? Thank you. Let's have our seats. I've been guided that we have online participants. The ones who have not introduced yourselves, there will definitely be a session for that, okay? So the online participants, are we able to hear them? They're joining in, but karibuni sana sana. And maybe just to guide, the washrooms are right outside. There's one who's ready? He's ready? I have 3 minutes to hand over the session.
Call upon Lucy to introduce herself.
Lucy, kindly introduce yourself. All right.
Lucy, we can't hear you.
Perhaps as we set her up, we can have the two who are here introduce themselves. Carry on. You have a microphone? Sorry.
Okay, good morning everyone. I'm going to, maybe we could start so that people know that it's you introducing. Thank you. So I'm introducing Benita, who is the admin at Y Kenya NGO. And to paraphrase her, I love being around elderly people, and I smile every minute, and you can see. Thank you so much.
A big round of applause to them.
I'm introducing Morris, CPF Foundation. He sings tenor and bass.
Tupata mtu wa kutuimbia national anthem, si ndio? Pigeni makofi tafadhali. Are we ready for Lucy before we hand it over? Yes, Lucy, carry on. Lucy? Lucy? All right. Technology.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Yes, we can, loud and clear, Lucy. Take it away. So perhaps communicate to her, tell her she's going to definitely get an opportunity to introduce herself. In the meantime, allow me to introduce an amazing person. Oh, my name is Maureen Kivuti, and I like to call my organization the Great CPF Foundation. Okay? I'm biased. I'm Jaika Plus. I come from the Great CPF Group, Great CPF Foundation. So allow me to. Oh, you want to introduce yourselves? Please finish before I hand it over. Let's kill the sound from the online team.
Okay. I was here before, but I was introducing the table, Joey. But for the personal introductions, my name is Washeke Mboro. I'm the regional manager for Place Diaries and a business expert. I'm just a girl who is passionate about farming. And I have the image of the girl with the same way the hair is looking like on the image. Thank you.
Girl who farms. Begin my coffee.
Good morning. He is Samuel Mwangi, a senior lecturer at Kenyatta University. What is unique about him, he's passionate about geological, genetological research. Oh, and he's a villager like me, and I have his photo.
Okay, thank you, Namakofi Kwao. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to hand it over to one of our counterpart stakeholder, my friend, Makena from Sukun. Tafadhali mpigeni makofi anapokuja. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marie. Hamjamboni? Hamjambo tena. Happy New Year. You know, this is our first MDFA for the year, 2026. We are convening in February because January we were strategically planning. Na mutaona, tumewapangia mpangilio mambo mazuri. So welcome to the monthly discussion forum for aging. My name is Lydia Makena Misheni. I work with Sukun, Kenya, and I have my colleagues in the house. And the monthly discussion forum started off last year in July, and it is powered by Sukun and Aging Concern Foundation. And our general goal is to keep aging matters in the space. We have to keep talking about aging. Why? Because we are older today than we were yesterday. Aging, we are rapidly aging. And in the next several years, the youth bulge, tumekuwa tukisema the youth ndio sasa, are the ones to will be the older persons. And do you, Kenya tunaona kweli kama tumejipanga. Sisi wote tukizeeka, imagine sisi wote ni 60 plus. Sisi wote, just now. Would the country be able to support us, all of us? Would it? Are we ready? Are we ready? That's why we're having this discussion. Because today, the topic is called what? What? Bana, watu wamesoma, simeona program. We send out invitations. Today we're talking about longevity. Sindio? What is longevity?
Longevity is a state of aging beyond.
Aging beyond. Basically, longevity. I think you got it. It's long, you're living longer. Sindio? Yeah? We are living longer. And we have a rich panelist. We have a seasoned speaker who is going to impart us with that knowledge today. Today we are talking about living longer, income security, lifespan. You know, there's somebody here is 20, another person here is 82 years in the house. We have somebody here is 50-something, but all of us need to learn something about living longer. Are we actually doing it the right way? Yeah? Is there a Kenyan way of living longer? Yeah? We have seen countries like Japan that are aging, yeah? But Kenya tuko hapo, sindio? Population yetu ni younger people. But are we really living longer? Tumejipanga. So we are very happy to host this meeting, and we acknowledge the presence of our various partners and the organizations that also will be contributing to this discussion. We have Retirement Benefits Authority in the house. We have the Association for Retired International Civil Servants. We have the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection within us. We have also the CPF Foundation, and we have older persons themselves, because there is nothing for older persons without them. We cannot be having this conversation without older persons. So without further ado, I want to welcome also the team online, and also to announce that we are live on YouTube, people. We are live on YouTube. Even if you have not joined online virtually, please, you can go to the monthly discussion forum platform on YouTube, and you can just follow us and stream from there. So tuna grow. A round of applause to the Secretariat and the team behind this work. And so, just progressing on to the program, I would like to invite one of our founders, and that is Titus Aboro. Titus Aboro Aging Concern Foundation. Please just come and make a quick remark on behalf of the leadership of the MDFA, as well as we'll be inviting the speaker for the day.
Remember, Titus is married. A big round of applause to the married Titus Aboro. Yes, man, he's taken.
Thank you, Maureen, for that very kind reminder. Over to you, Titus.
I don't know why Maureen says that all the time. In other forums, she calls herself my work wife. So it's okay. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Team Joey, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Excellent. I'll be very brief. There's not so much to say. I think a lot will be highlighted. Mine is probably just to thank all of you sincerely for joining us at this forum. This is our 8th edition. We started this campaign not so long ago. Very ambitious and committed to bringing stakeholders together to ignite conversations for population aging. And it is really, really exciting to see it progress the way it has. And we hope that you'll continue to work with us. Sometimes we host them virtually, sometimes we do them in person. So whichever format we take, it will be a great delight if we can have all of you join us. I know Shakira would have been happy to also share some remarks as the team leader for Sukun. We are coordinating this between SCF. SCF stands for Aging Concern Foundation and Sukun, and it's been a great partnership. And so we are happy to see all of you coming together and joining us in this journey. Over the last few months that we've done this, we've covered different topics. The first one was around social assistance and social protection. We've had conversations around healthy aging. The question I would probably pose to you, even as we go through the topic around longevity, is what else would you like to see discussed in these forums? Julie, thank you for being here. The ministry has been a great partner to have. So what other topic would you like to see discussed in these forums? Because we are having them every month. There are national priorities that we can plug into and complement those kind of efforts by government. What other topics would you like us to get experts to explore, so that by the end of the day, the issues around population aging, which is constantly rising, are visible at the national level, at the regional level, and even at the global level. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please invite the speaker.
Okay, I didn't know that part. All right. So it is my...
Yes, the kids.
Okay. I think Makena has ambushed me, but I will do it. So we have organized a keynote speaker to kick us off today, and I would just like to request that you come on, please, and take us through what you have. Could you give him a round of applause as he comes?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I have given my presentation to the speakers. Should we project it? My name, since this table did not introduce themselves, I shall introduce myself.
My name is Agostino Mviri. I'm a public health specialist, formerly working with UNICEF as a chief, retired happily, and a caregiver to both my parents from both divides. That's parents and parents-in-laws who are aging gracefully. Planning to move from being a child to old age by virtue of interaction with children at my workplace at UNICEF, and now being one of the senior citizens practicing. I'm learning to engage with old age and teaching people on how to move and maintain walking in 2 legs, not going to 4 legs. And I'm here today to share a few words on longevity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was actually a complete introduction. I shall introduce you as well. Mine is basically to just outline what health and longevity is all about, and looking at it from a public health perspective. As you all know, the future definition of health is a complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not just the absence of disease. I think I would add to that definition also financial well-being. And because of that complete definition, I think that's why we have chosen a number of panelists here, organizers, who will hopefully address all those aspects of aging, of healthy aging. And as Luke had mentioned, we need to remain on our 2 feet. Human beings were upright, were made upright. So the legs that you have now, and the heart that you have now, you're no step back. The liver you have now, will need to carry you 100 years. So you need to find a way of taking care of it. And my approach to longevity, health and longevity, is from a health perspective. Because I believe that if you know what is killing us, if we know what is making us frail in our old age, then we are most likely to try and start preventing it so that we remain agile in old age, healthy, and of course in all aspects as per the definition of the future. When we were downstairs introducing ourselves, I was very happy to hear about Ntuku. He's got good aging genes. I think your grandfather passed on at 100 and something. And I think the other grandfather on the other side, somebody also passed on at about 95 or something, and they were still walking. And the beauty about one of them is that they were admitted, basically, and then they just passed on quietly. No underlying ill health. Okay? No underlying ill health. They went to sleep quietly. And it's not every day that you hear people announcing funerals that so and so, that's what they do, because people basically hide what people die from. And my take is that we should really try and, as part of my approach, because we've had many of these talks, but from angles of basically looking at the old person. I'm trying to look at the whole lifespan of us, right from childhood. Because if you don't know, you might have known this probably in your school, when you went to school or college, that the programming for good health starts during birth. You start during birth, it's breastfeeding. Those children who are exclusively breastfed are likely to live longer without ill health compared to those who are not breastfed exclusively. So it starts even from the time you're in your mother's womb. How well is your mother going to take care of that pregnancy? Your mother and your father. Is that child talked to while they're in the womb? What are you taking when that child is in the womb? Because the programming for diabetes, the programming for hypertension, the programming for the diseases that start taking us down in old age manifest in your womb. So those of you who are not married here, try and look at your future spouse, your future partner. Look at their birth, the child health card. How heavy were they when they're born? Don't start from the mannerisms of them at 20 years, 25 years. Look at how they were born and how they progress in life. Because all this programming of diseases are born at that time. So, as I said, my approach to this topic is through a health perspective. But just a snapshot of where we statistics-wise. It is projected that there will be about 4.7 million of us over 60 by the year 2050. We will be more than children under one. In fact, beyond that year, the old people will start basically being more than the children. Is the country prepared to take care of the old people at that time? 9% of the population will be about 9% of the population. Currently, we are only 3% of the population. We're about 1.7, 1.9 million. So we're not that many. And 1.7 million, ideally, the government should be able to take care of us. Whether we paid our pension, whether we contributed to NSSF or not, they should be able to take care of us. Not because of anything, but because we did our contributions. And they owe us that. Our families ideally should also be able to take care of us. But moving forward, this might not be possible. Burdening the families to take care of the old person. Because when I retired 4 years ago, I was really looking forward to retirement. I did not know that my aging parents are waiting for me. And it is a full-time job. I'm currently staying with my mother-in-law. She's only 83. But she's frail. She's in a wheelchair. She should not be in a wheelchair at 83. I think I made a mistake in buying a wheelchair. Mistake number one, they need to be mobile. Okay? Because if you're not mobile, of course, other things start coming in. So I don't think anybody here plans to take care of their parents. But if you don't, if you're at a younger age, you probably might have to start considering that as well. The life expectancy currently is about 57 years and 70 years for women. So the young girls currently here, you should be able to go up 70 years. You reach there, isn't it? With good care, good everything, you should be able to get there. And when you compare this to Japan, which has just been mentioned, which is about 85 years, and they don't have necessarily the highest longevity. We have places like Monaco that actually goes beyond 85 years. So aging populations need everything that I mentioned in the definition of health and also financial planning. Now there's always this misconception that aging is associated with ill health. It need not be. Aging is not synonymous with somebody who is frail or somebody who has ill health. And your example of your grandfather who passed on in their sleep, they had no underlying condition. So we should not, aging and disease is not synonymous. And the idea that aging is now time to go home and die, that is a wrong concept. We should be able to live healthily up to the age that God has granted us. And this is because the habits that are built early are going to shape our health in old age. The habits that are built early are the ones that are going to shape how you're going to age. Future elderly people here, we're all the future elderly. The other causes of death not permitted. And early preparation ensures better outcomes. So as I said, my approach is basically through the disease. And I use this diagram sorry. Next slide, please. The bar chart. Next slide. These charts basically show the leading cause of death in high and low middle income countries. And Kenya is most likely somewhere in the middle. And you can see that in high income countries, what is causing the greatest number of deaths is diseases of the heart, the cardiovascular illnesses, and even then they're declining. When you compare the data between 1919 and 2000, the round circles that are filled in is 2019, and the empty ones are 2000. So you can see that the diseases in the developed world, the majority are non-communicable. So they, unlike us, who still have malaria, diarrhea, and illnesses like those that are the major killers. In advanced worlds, it's the cardiovascular, it's the cancers, it's the dementia, it's the Alzheimer's. Are we beginning to see that in Kenya? Yes. The trend is now changing. We're now beginning to see the dementias and Alzheimer's being also, will start contributing to the top 10 killers of our people. Now when you compare that to the developing countries like ours, yes, we still have heart disease, and we still have stroke, and then we have lower respiratory infections, diabetes, cirrhosis of the liver, those popping up in our environments. And those are the illnesses that we need to guard against from this age, from the year 20, 30, 40 years. Because you want to enter your age 60 when you're disease-free. If you enter age 60 when you have any of these illnesses, then your lifespan is definitely going to go down. And I'll be going through why the importance of keeping these diseases at bay, so that by the time you enter the age 60, they do not interfere with your health, they do not interfere with your upright posture, because you need to keep moving, and you maintain your good health into the year 100 if possible. Now, why do I choose the disease-based approach? Because human beings change. I mean, we all know about nutrition, good nutrition, long life. But we preach about it, but who changes? Nobody. We talk about exercises. You go out today, you do a bit of jogging, next day you're tired. So I thought that probably if we look at the diseases that are killing us, and we might probably start changing. Now, I got that idea way back from when I lost a few of my relatives. There's one relative, when AIDS first came into being in the 1980s. And I think I normally pat myself on the back as being the first medical officer to announce the presence of HIV/AIDS in Kenya. When I was an intern in Kakamega in 1983. And I had to run away from my office because the then minister, Matiba, was looking for me. Why did I do that? How can I announce that there's HIV in this country when we know that it's not there? But then I'd seen it in the ward, and I decided to make an announcement. Needless to say, I was not the most favorite person in town. But then I still believe that at that time, behavior change started happening within Kakamega. The bars emptied out, at least for the next 1 week. The ladies of Twilight did not want to see me. I had interfered with their business. So there's some element of behavior change if people know the diseases that are affecting you. If you know that you have hypertension, you start changing your lifestyle. If you know that you have diabetes, you start changing your lifestyle. And as I said, I lost a sister way back in 1970-something, 76 I believe. No, sorry, 2002, from HIV. And in the funeral, everybody was talking about all the things that people talk about, but not the cause of death. When I announced that after the service, everybody was coming to me, how do I get tested? Where can I go to? But this idea that so-and-so died of lung illness, so-and-so died of what, I think we need to change. We need to change that as part of an approach for behavior change so that people start changing their behavior based on a knowledge of the loss of a loved one or the loss of an important person in society. If an important person in society, if they announce that they died of A, B, and C, many of us will try and look at how did they live their life and how can I be different so that I don't head that way. Okay? So the disease-based approach, there are many other approaches that one can use, but I believe this approach mainly focuses on not those of us over 60. Because in a way, time for this is probably over. But for the 20s, the 20-year-olds, the 30-year-olds, they need to know this so that they start changing their behavior now, if you want to remain active in old age. So what are the challenges? I think this is the latest data here shows the challenges facing all the Kenyans. So 11% of those over 60 are already reporting some form of chronic condition. Okay. So that's about 10% of the 1.7, over 170,000 are already reporting some kind of chronic condition. Disabilities, especially mobility, is 8%, visual, cognition, the dementias, Alzheimer's, the hearing, difficulties, about 43%. And trust me, I can probably hear you from here, but I have hearing aids already, which I got from going for my routine medical checkup, where they found that this ear basically is worse, hardly ever hears. And I was wondering why when my wife is looking this side, I keep on saying, repeat, what are you saying? Until I discovered that they discovered during a regular checkup that this ear is actually worse than my right ear. So hence the hearing aids. And over half are living in absolute poverty. I think it will be mentioned by my co-panelists on how we need to guard against this poverty. Those who are aged, who are old, need not live in poverty. Not in a country that says we are approaching middle income or we are progressing financially. We should not have the people who contributed to this country in the youthful age living in poverty. Hypertension. It affects about 1.9 billion people worldwide. The prevalence in this country is not known, but hypertension, I think, is around the 4th or 5th most common cause of death in this country. I'm sure if I had a blood pressure machine and took the pressure of a good number of us here, you'd probably find that a good percentage already has hypertension. And it's not something that you feel. You start feeling it when the pressure is very, very high. Otherwise, half of the people with hypertension are moving around without even knowing that they have the condition. It only manifests probably when one has a stroke or a heart attack. That's when they realize during admission that they've been having hypertension. And in my case, how did I discover that I had hypertension? Some palpitations. And then I wondered what is wrong with my heart. And this was 2002. So I go to the doctor, they take the blood pressure, and I think my behavior change was because of what the doctor told me. He told me, continue with this lifestyle, you will be dead in 5 years. I was obese. My pressure was going up. Work was also very stressful. And it needed a shock treatment from my doctor. Continue with this lifestyle, and I've seen people like you, they do not go beyond 5 years. So by 2000, I should not have been alive in 2007, but I changed my lifestyle. I started moving, I changed my diet, I changed my nutrition. I reduced my drinking. Not stop completely, I'll touch on alcohol. So it's symptomless, unless very high, over 180, about 120. And for those of you who've taken the pressures, you'll see the way the cuff tightens on your arm as it lowers down. Now, when in the old days we used to use a stethoscope to hear the beat of the heart when they're taking the pressure. Now you need to imagine that pressure that you're hearing, you're feeling in your heart when they're taking your blood pressure. That is the pressure that is being exerted on your blood vessels in your brain, on your blood vessels in your heart. And these are very, very thin vessels. So either they burst, or they thicken, or they become, so they start contributing to dementia and Alzheimer in your old age. These are the things that bring on these diseases in your old age. So if taken care of earlier, you prevent yourself from this kind of condition later on, beyond 60 years. So risk factors are overweight, obesity, physically inactive, high salt diet. You find people, there's already salt in the food that they still want to add. Stress, genetics. So the lifestyle changes here are sit less. In fact, we should, I don't know how long we've been sitting for. If it's for 1 hour, we should have actually stood up to stretch your legs. Because sitting is now the new smoking. And it's something that is now being addressed even in banks. I've consulted 2 banks, KCB and Equity. They've employed wellness officers. They do not encourage, even for the cashier, they do not encourage them to sit for more than 1 hour. They have to get up and walk. There are offices where you do not find this kind of seats anymore. In fact, you have working stations where you actually work standing. This is a dangerous thing in old age. And it starts at this age. Sitting is the new smoking. And yet, we're still manufacturing quite a number of seats that do not allow us to stand and move around. Physically active, which can include walking, running 150 minutes a week, strength and flexibility. I think all these have been presented in previous aging forums, all the parts of forums, and I don't think I need to go through them, but there are habits that we need to start putting in place early. And where does hypertension, I've mentioned that I think is the second or third highest killer in this country. Diabetes. This is elevated levels of blood sugar with damage to the heart, blood vessels, eyes, kidneys, and nerves. my blood sugar is hovering around the borderline, despite all my efforts. But thank God, they've not seen the need for sort of treatment. But diabetes, I think, is listed quite high up in this country. I think it's around the 8th commonest killer. And you have it when you enter 60 years. It's going to reduce your quality of life during all as one ages. So regular medical checkups, exercising regularly, eating healthy, reducing carbohydrates, controlling blood pressure and lipids, and quitting smoking cuts your risk of developing type 2 diabetes by about 30–40%. Is this what the Japanese are doing? Okay, we can ask this question. Yes. They are moving a lot. Their diet is nothing like what we eat. Our diets are, I think, probably the whole of Africa. We are in trouble with our diets. Some big ugali, 3 or 4 pieces of meat, very little vegetables. And then we leave the table when you're full. The Japanese, they push away from the table when they're 80% full. You don't eat until you feel satisfied. You push away from the table when you're 80% full. Their meals are small portions of many, many things. It's carrots here, fish there, weeds from the ocean. So a lot of traditional, what they call the traditional foods. We need to find a way of moving away from maize. Maize was never meant to be a human food. It's for animals. And I discovered this when I was working in Lesotho. Lesotho at the time, when I reported there in 2003, had an HIV prevalence of 30%. Kenya, Uganda has never approached that level of HIV prevalence. Where you walk into a bank and you can just see every other third person has got HIV/AIDS. From the way they look. And this is now the food, not AIDS. But how did I learn that nutrition is critical? We went there, of course, with my young children, and we would try and test our workers, our gardeners, and the lady of the house. Thank you. We tested for HIV. But after a while we stopped because the ones we tried to recruit were all positive. So we just, at that time, of course, HIV was still new. We were scared of, what might happen to my children if they come across their toothbrush and they're using it. So we decided, okay, we leave it all to God. But let us just still have them. Now, they work for us, and they would share in our meals. Everything we ate, they also had the same. And I'll go on home leave. We go on home leave once every 2 years. When I came on home leave for about a month, they'd go back to their places. So before they go on home leave, before we went on home leave, they were healthy. You could see that they're thriving. But 1 month of them staying back in their homes, I'll come back and find that they've lost weight. Within 1 month. And they're not in ARVs. So it was the diet. I'm assuming that we were eating a fairly balanced diet and sharing with them. So that kept them healthy. And in fact, if you remember when President Becky once announced that HIV is not caused by virus, he was really against this idea. He said it's nutrition that is causing HIV/AIDS in South Africa. He had a point, but his people who deliver messages, his communication people were not good at communicating. Because the diet of maize is right, Southern Africa, East Africa, I think only Uganda, I believe, has a fairly good diet of bananas. A bit of traditional food still remain in Uganda. But in Kenya, you need to do something. They say that it's fortified, but how much fortification is done in that maize, and how much do you need to eat to meet to meet your daily requirements. And another place I've seen the beauty of nutrition is my mother-in-law. Basically, because of Alzheimer, after a while she stopped eating. So we had to fix the peg tube. And the peg tube, we had to bring in what we call Ensure. Ensure is a package. It's not available in this country. I don't know if it's available in Norway hospital. But it's got 2,000 calories, 200 calories per tin of 200 ml. And she takes 5 of those. Within 3 weeks of taking those, she started speaking. She had not been speaking for about a year. She started speaking, her weight started going up. Again, mentioning the importance of nutrition. So diabetes, we have to guard against diabetes. There's a beauty about diabetes. If caught early, unlike hypertension, if caught early and you have lifestyle changes and you're on treatment, you can actually go into remission. The disease can actually go away. Lifestyle changes, medicine, and so on, and diabetes. You don't have to be on drugs for life, but you have to be disciplined about the care, one's care. Liver cirrhosis, not necessarily, okay, it's a killer, but not necessarily in old age, but it would be nice to actually enter your old age with a very fresh and active liver, and you can see what alcohol does to the liver. Next slide, please. No? Yeah. So yes, alcohol is a social. Basically, we drink it because it's a social. When you go to a gathering, it's made available, it encourages people to get together, and talk about as you sip on alcohol. But I'll show you later that the drinking that takes place in this country is anything but social. And this is the damage that it does to one's liver. Causes 3 million deaths annually. The prevalence in Kenya is about 11% prevalence, and 3.2 million people are affected, and mainly because of alcohol. Now, if you have a fatty liver, which those of us who take alcohol moderately here, I'm sure if you went for an ultrasound, you already have a fatty liver. So you're already about stage 3, and not stage 2. So from there, fatty liver, you start changing your habits, it will improve, go back to normal. If you continue those habits, it becomes fibrosis, and then you get cirrhosis, and your liver packs up. And I don't think there are many places where you can get a liver transplant in this country. So the main culprit here is alcohol, but of course you have hepatitis, the infections, hepatitis B, hepatitis C, that have vaccines. Vaccines are now available against those two hepatitis. But alcohol was never meant to be taken by humans. It destroys the cells, DNA, everything. It was never meant to be taken. I know WHO, not WHO. CDC used to say 2 glasses of wine for men, and 1 glass for women should be the limit. But that has been discarded. It was false. It should be no glass. Next slide, please. This is an old map that just shows the alcohol episodic drinking, which I think is really taking place a lot in this country, where people do no longer drink for pleasure, but to get drunk. Young people go to the bar, or whatever it is they go to, and they are drinking to get drunk. And as you can see here, the prevalence, we're almost catching up with Russia. We're about, I don't know the figure, it's about 45, which is high. And this is about 2016. If this is done now, I think we are probably worse than this. we're probably amongst now the dark blue. Those of you who know where you come from, your environments, you're aware about how much drinking actually takes place. And the beers are expensive because, and what people do, they revert to the third generation drinks, which are much cheaper and lethal. People have said that if Kenya breweries had a flat rate for beers, probably people would stick to beers. We don't have episodic drinking with beers. You fill your stomach and you get full and then you go. But this third generation spirits are lethal and should not be taken. Next slide, please. Now this is one area that I just want to mention, but we really do not know yet. I remember I asked this question to Dr. Townsend. Yeah. Have we studied HIV to find out how it affects people in their old age? Not just the disease, but also the medicines. Because I know the first generation drugs were leading to fat deposits, moving the fat around where the heart is, which is not very good for the heart. So those are the initial drugs. So we don't know what the other drugs are doing currently, and most likely the survivors of HIV/AIDS of the 1920s, 2020s have probably not reached an age where we can monitor what is the impact of HIV/AIDS on the older person. But it's important that you know your status, because once you know your status, it will change your behavior. But how many people are prepared to go and know their status so that their behavior changes? We had a fight in Lesotho when we launched the Know Your Status campaign. And all the cabinet ministers chose to go and get tested in South Africa because they were afraid that word may go out about the results. Probably, from the way I'm saying, I don't know whether Kenya now needs to have a campaign so that everybody knows their status, so that we then change our behavior, because I understand that it is now on the increase. And the latest data shows young people, and they're being infected by older people. Okay? One partner at a time, and use of condoms. So just to summarize now, the physical health, the first pillar, the physical health, exercise regularly. We have gadgets now that can monitor how regularly you exercise, maintain healthy weight, avoid smoking and excessive alcohol, get preventive health checks early. And we are missing opportunities for these kind of health checks. I recall the grade 10s were going to school, and I think one of the requirements was a doctor to sign off on their health report, on their status. And for those of you who remember taking it to a doctor, I don't think there was any examination happening. They were just signing off. Why deny this child an opportunity to know what their health status is at that age, so that at least we have a baseline of where we are? Because the next time that child will come to our facility, maybe when they're 30, 40 years. Okay? So preventive health checks, start them early. Nutrition, I think I mentioned that. Very difficult to change, but we need to start that. Japan actually starts this in schools. Those of you who've been in schools, the diet these children are eating, I don't think you can even feed your own dog this diet. It's terrible. Start in school with calculating good nutrition habits, and then hopefully that will then translate into good diet, good feeding, good nutrition later on in life. Are we on prevent diabetes, hydrate well, limit sugar, salt, processed foods? Financial preparedness, which will be dealt with my colleagues here in that area. Plan for independence beyond 65. We are hoping that, yes, our children may take care of us, but then when you think about it, why do you want to put that on your children? There's a question that will be answered by my fellow panelists. anticipate rising health costs. You have to be intentional in this. Find a way, if you have health insurance while you're still working, find out how you can maintain it. Because those costs are going to go up. So preparing for rising costs, lifelong learning to stay relevant. I don't know how many, we have now gotten used to these gadgets where we read from them. It's very difficult to read from your mobile phone unless you're looking at social media and TikTok. But we have to go back to reading books, and especially fiction books. Because that's where you have to remember the names of the people that you read in the book. You have to remember what they did, what they said. And you cannot do that from just reading newspapers. We have to now become a reading culture and set up areas where people can meet, especially the old people, to continue reading and interacting with the other generations of young people. Support healthy city and community policies, invest in age-friendly environments. If we want to walk, then we have to have walkways. And we have to have walkways that are not littered with border borders. I think those of you, I'm sure some of you all know somebody who's been hit by a border on the walkway. I think I've lost 2 people so far. One was in this town. So yes, we want healthy cities, but then we also need laws to stop people from using these walkways as ways to get to places much faster. We need cities where more people can go to and have an intergenerational sharing with young people. Invest in age-friendly environments. And then information tips, I don't think I will, last slide. Information tips, second last slide. Check your weight, regular medical checkups, frequent aerobic exercises, reduce alcohol intake, watch your diet, know your HIV status, plenty of sleep, and plenty of sleep at the right time. Because not sleeping anytime is restorative. You need to go into those the REM-free sleeps, where you dream. And I know people are talking about 8-hour sleep, but you have to have that sleep that brings about dreams and so on, the REM sleep, to have restorative sleep. And to do that, of course, means quite a number of things. You don't have to be waking up at 60 years, going to the toilet, because that's going to interfere with your sleep. So you have to find out how best the sleep cannot be interfered with. Group outdoor events. At work, movement, I've mentioned that, regular breaks, reduce stress, charity work, voluntary work, maintain healthy meals. At health facilities, I put a question mark there, because if we encourage people to go for medical checkups, I don't know how many of you have been to a health facility in this country, especially a public one, even a private one, like a car. First of all, you'll probably be seen 3 or 4 hours later, and you just come for a simple medical checkup. Secondly, they are not, health facilities are not designed for the well. And actually, it will be overwhelming. It will be overwhelming the health facility. So we should be intentional in setting up some wellness clinics. And Japan has this, where they have wellness clinics all over. Where people who are well just go there for the checkups. They even go there because cancer is a big killer. They go there for their genes to be checked if they have a gene that carries cancer. All that is available in wellness clinics. We don't have to take up time of the health facilities that are there to treat them, take care of the sick. So regular checkups, if you can find a way of setting those up, even at a community level, that will be wonderful. And of course, vaccinations are now available. One against cervical cancer, hepatitis, they're all now available. So get those vaccinations, and for those over 60 years, get your pneumococcal shots and your influenza shots. Because what will eventually take you down, even if you are well in your 60s, 80s, 90s, apart from sleeping dead, waking up, going to sleep and not waking up, which is the best kind of death. And that is listed, by the way, in Japan is the number 4 highest killer. Old people, like 100, 90, they go to sleep, they don't wake up. No illness whatsoever. And it's listed in the 4th highest killer, if you can call it a killer. They just slept. So vaccinations are there. Pneumonia is a big killer in Japan for the elderly because body then starts fighting illness and become difficult. So the vaccines are there, get vaccinated. And then the gadgets that you must have in the house. Have these gadgets available. You can take your own blood, you can test your own blood at home. The COVID test, the respiratory rate test came during COVID, have it in your house. You'll know if your lungs are failing. Blood pressure machine, you can be taught how to take your own blood pressure, a weighing scale, a tape, and the latest gadgets. The latest gadgets is the watch that tracks your steps. And you can set your own target, like 10 steps, 10,000 steps in a day. And not just doing it for yourself, you can program it to compete with other people around the world. I'm currently using my Samsung to compete with 1.7 million people worldwide. And the Koreans are actually leading in the number of steps they take per day. And I'm trying to catch up with them. So every day, you can see where you are. You can pick some people to walk with. So you could be walking alone on the street, but according to your Samsung, you're walking 1.7 million other people. And at the end of the month, it gives you a breakdown of where you are. How well you perform compared to these 1.7 million. That then keeps you active. So all these gadgets are now available, including a ring that can track your steps and monitor your movement. So I shall stop there and hand over to the panelists for the other elements of aging. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. Thank you, Dr. Agostino Munyiri, former UNICEF chief and a longevity expert. Wow, how was that session? Did you like it? Yes. There are some things you have taken, Cindio. Yes. So while we set up for the panel discussion, I know we have reactions, questions, remarks. For me, what I've picked is that we need to watch our diet. And I'm a whole nutritionist. I'm feeling tunaanguka hiyo sector. Yeah? So let's have reactions. Any question, any remark, anything that you're taking from this session in the next like 5-10 minutes when we set up the podium for the panel discussion. Because now we are going to go deeper. He has talked about lifestyle. He's looked at longevity from a disease perspective. Because once you know of a disease, you know how to avoid it. If today you are told you are pre-diabetic, you will be very careful in regards to how you're watching your diet. And indeed, these things are killing us. Watu wanapenda makali. Kununua tunaangalianga 40% label. Sindio? Na tumemba alcohol was never meant to be taken by. But society defined enjoyment around what? Alcohol. We've defined enjoyment and good life with akina KFC. You know, if you have done well, your child, you buy them the KFCs. They don't know broccoli. They don't know salads. They know my deep fried chicken. Yeah. So it is a call. It is a call. Like if we want to live longer, hey. Already right now, some of us are not even in our 60s and we are already on medication of something. Somebody is taking something. Now by the time you get to 60, and we've been told at least if you get to 60, if you have avoided those diseases, at least you're going to live longer. Your quality of life is going to be different. Yeah? We used to think diabetes is a it is a chronic condition. But do you know that actually with the diet, there's a way you can reverse it and manage it? Actually, people that understand their diabetes and are able to control it with just diet, they don't need to be on medication. So these are things, you know, the human nature can adapt. So whatever probably we grew up thinking is the right thing, we need to do what? Unlearn. And do what? Relearn. Yeah? Guy, can you stand up? We've been told that sitting is the new what? Is the new smoking. Ambassador, how are you? How are you? Good to see you.
Very well.
Good to see you. He's made it all the way from Thika. Yeah? Can you stretch? Can you stretch? And if you touch the person next to you, move a little. Stretch, stretch, stretch. You know? Hey, you can bend, try to touch your toes. See whether you can really touch your toes. Stretch that back. Yeah? And so Nasike will help me moving around the tables, and we pick a reaction from each table as we set up. We're setting up the podium, and also the team online. Please type your comment or reaction on the chat, and we will be getting back to them. Please let's have a seat. Let's have a seat, and we pick a reaction from each table in regards to the wonderful presentation that we have had from Dr. Agostino Monyegi. Yeah? Oh, the tables had names. Yes, Maureen, please help us with that.
All right, I just, Dr. Thank you so much for that. Now when I'm going to look for a spouse, I'll start asking mama yake, huyu kijana alizaliwa akiwa na kilo ngapi? I need two things. I need a mental health certificate, and I need to know how much this guy weighed when he was young. So I picked that from him, and I also am happy that you also take Uji, so I didn't feel very judged. Okay, so we start with, cupcakes. Cupcake, what did you guys get from the presentation?
Thank you very much. I'll start. My name is Kanyinge Michael. That was a moving presentation. But what I grasped is almost the last sentences about the age-friendly environment. We need to really think about how we can enhance age-friendly environments, not in the city only. What happens at home? I just wanted to share something. Somebody out here, I told him we get from ground floor to the 5th floor, and he's my son. By the time we got to the 3rd floor, he was panting. He was ready to go. I was also ready to go to the other 5 floors. So we need to do something about that. I'm happy. That is a good presentation. I wish we could get that date and people keep listening to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Pigeni makofi kidogo. You guys were the giraffes. What did you guys get from the presentation? My lovely,
She's always against me. Now, I think if we worry too much, it's not healthy. Because that makes you think, oh, I must eat, I should not eat meat. No. I think in my life I can eat anything. But at the same time, I feel exercise is very important. I walk all the time. At least even if it is a few kilometers away. Every day of my life I walk. And then I encourage other older people, cleanliness. You know, you don't need to wake from your house and then just go. You have a good bath, you have good breakfast. But then, when you walk outside there, people should not say, huyu mzee hakuoga. No, you should be clean. And I always tell my older people, when we leave our houses, we must be clean. Yes. I was in Japan. Is he a doctor? Yes. There is something about sleeping. Some years ago, I went to Japan for a program. And I realized wherever I slept, I was sleeping on the ground. They don't have beds. I don't know whether they are old. But I slept on the mat, on the ground, and not on the bed. So I'm wondering, is the bed bad for us?
The bed is the problem. Mama, you're 5 by 6. You talk about hizo nyumba. From today, you sleep where? The bed is there? Joey, this table, what did you get? Pick. Okay. I'll come back for more reactions.
Okay. My name is Samuel Mwangi. I want to thank Dr. Munyeri for that very, very insightful presentation. My 3 things that I've picked is the importance of neonatal health and infancy health to the outcomes of health in old age. I never knew about that. And Maureen, you already said that you utapata the card for the
kilo.
Yeah, yes, very important. The other one is we can use technologies to monitor our physical health. That is very important because now we can leverage on the existing technologies in managing our health. My final one is the impact of starchy food. We all like starchy food, isn't it? Especially that part that we cannot, the maize was not meant for human consumption. That's amazing to me. That anything that is corn, maize product is not good for health. But I also have a question for for Dr. Munyeri. What about wheat products and milk products? Because I know nutritionists are also very much against those kind of foods. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Beginning Makofi, I think we're ready for our panelists. I will still get more reactions in the room after the panel. So they sit, they do their session, and then now we have reactions. What do you have, sawa? Okay. Ready, McKenna?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. Please feel free to, in case you have we have not taken your reaction or your feedback, you can still put it on the chat. Write it down. You can pass it over to our speaker. He'll still be here and he'll be reacting to it. We have captured 3 reactions. Number 1, in regards to longevity and age-friendly communities and cities, as raised by Michael Kanyingi from Michael. Pauline Makwakra from Senior Women Citizens for Change. She has asked us, is the problem the bed? Should we be sleeping flat on the ground? And then the last reaction, of course, we've gotten from Dr. Samuel from Kenyatta University. So I'll give you 2 minutes to react to that, and then even as the panelists are taking the seats. Yeah, over to you, Doctor.
Thank you for those very pertinent questions. And what is encouraging about the questions is that, unlike previous presentations, I've been asked about questions that relate to health. People basically become personal in the question, which was not the case here. Yes, the bed issue. I may have to do research on that one, but most likely it will be the hard surface, because most of the initial bed that we used to have was a spring type, and you know what happens with the springs, and the mattresses also start covering it. But the bed type, do they have mattresses or just flat? Mukeka, yeah. So that is good for the back, it's good for the whole body posture, okay? So that will definitely give you good sleep. I think the beds that are wooden, but then of course you still have to put a mattress on them. And it's the mattress rather than the bed. The mattress is the carpet. Forget about all these adverts about Mr. Mattress, this has got I don't know what inside and what. Eventually it will start and it will not give you good sleep. Okay. But I'll need research. Thank you for your question. Wheat, milk. The thing about milk, that's a child's first food. The only difference is that now, when you grow older, we're now moving over to cow's milk. And I think we probably need to analyze what is the difference. Is there much difference between a cow's milk and a mother's milk, human milk? But wheat especially if the grain has not been removed, is definitely better than maize. Wheat, it's got a higher glycemic value, meaning that the absorption into conversion to glucose and then into the bloodstream takes is much slower than from maize. Okay, maize will shoot up maize. Even the case, because this is flour that is actually the surrounding have been removed. So its glycemic of that cake is very, very low. I mean, it will be absorbed into the bloodstream very, very quickly and start taxing your pancreas to produce insulin. And that easily will contribute to diabetes. So wheat, yes, brown bread, anything that will be absorbed slowly is recommended rather than. And interestingly, rice. Rice is a major staple food for the Japanese. But then I think there are quite a number of different types of rice. But the rice that I think they've removed the stalk, and their portions are much, much smaller. They're not like our portions. Rice, we want to fill it on our plate and so on. So the portions are smaller, but it goes with other foods. What was the third question was from? Yes. That goes without saying. The question is, how do we move to getting those centers? They were there before. I think if you're there in the last symposium, he was actually leading a group on that topic, on the environments that are ideal for the older people. In the old days, we had social halls where people would go to and interact, intergenerational spaces, older people meeting young people. That really helps in healthy aging. But we need to set those up and hope that they remain places where all people can meet the community and interact. But the churches are there. I think the churches need to go beyond just being used on Sundays for prayers. I think they can be converted into places where all people can meet.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Daktari, for your quick remarks. I think this is a discussion that can keep on going. I hope it is sparking something in you. You can just be here. Yes. And now we are progressing on to the panel discussion. Now beyond health. Beyond now, because Dr. Muniri has set the ground for longevity. What else plays around with living longer? And we have a rich panel, and we have a very able Juliet from the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, who will be leading the panel. Please give a round of applause for this team. Over to you.
Okay, in the morning when you started, you said that we have to stick to the rules. Yeah. So, can you allow us also to do the introduction the same way you did it in the morning?
Certainly, yes.
So go ahead, we will introduce each other. So she will introduce me, then I will get to introduce her, then we'll do the exchange between us.
Hamjambo nyinyi wote. Nice meeting you. Happy New Year. My friend is Julie Omoro, State Department, Social Protection and Senior Citizen Affairs. Married for 21 years.
21 na tunakaa miezi 3 tunawachana.
And I think what keeps her there for those 21 years, she loves singing. So you can imagine singing for your partner. You know? She has 3 children, 19 years, 17 years, and 11 years. Something about her I've admired, she's down to earth.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause to her. Thank you. My name is Lucy Kanyiwa. Lucy Kanyiwa is a retired teacher. She runs a rescue center in Kibera, and she's 82 years old. She prefers being called Shosho Manyanga.
Shosho Manyanga?
So maintain calling her Shosho Manyanga.
All right.
Pass it over.
Yes. All right.
We wanted to introduce Mutuku Stanley. Mutuku Stanley is the chief executive officer of Lofty Coban, and his interest is he's got an interest in geriatrics and the mind of looking for solutions. Lofty will be providing financial literacy to the older persons and all of us, so that we prepare for old age and advise on products for the old persons. So he's here to share that with you today.
A big round of applause to you.
I did my part too.
Yes, you did.
Good morning. My name is Tom Kitenui. I am the Director of Market Conduct and Industry Development at the Retirement Benefits Authority. I love to farm. I'm already farming, and I've identified farming as my retirement plan. And that's a great plan for me.
Thank you for introducing Tom. My name is Mbida Mwema. Mbida currently is the head of training at CPF, who we've seen they are partnering with us here today. Mbida is an hidden gem. That's what our name means. And coincidentally, we are today at Gemsons. So she's in the right place for this particular function. She's quite passionate about financial empowerment, training, as you heard her title. She likes to impart knowledge to ensure that there's financial literacy for the young and the old. And finally, in her spare time, she likes to read books, not newspapers, and write books as well. That is Mbida Mwema.
I'm facing a bit of a challenge. I think we need to change the battery for this, otherwise they'll have to keep going off. Okay. Thank you. We can take it up.
Great. So let me begin by just saying that as Dr. Agostino was sharing, that Kenyans for sure are actually living longer. We've seen the projection that is going to be by 2060, 2050, that we will be at 4.7 million. So life expectancy has steadily improved, and living into the 70s and 80s is becoming increasingly common. But the critical question before us today is this: what does longevity truly mean in the Kenyan context? Are we prepared for longer lives? Is it simply about adding many years to life, or is it about ensuring that those additional years are healthy, financially secure, socially connected, dignified, and purposeful? Countries he's mentioned again about Japan, that they have longer life expectancy that has actually reshaped national policy from a saving culture to pension design that for their health system, long-term care models, and intergenerational relationships. Kenya is not yet an aged society, but demographic change is underway. The advantage we have is time to prepare rather than react. So today's discussion, we will explore longevity through a life course lens. I want us to delve deeper and just have a shared understanding of what exactly is this longevity that we are talking about. Allow me to start by asking Shosho Manyanga, what exactly longevity means in her own understanding.
I think each one of us has got the answer to that after seeing me 82 years ago. We can always make it. We can always make it. I've been introduced that I'm in Kibera. I have something I'm doing in Kibera that gives me more, I don't know how to put it. It makes my day. We have a kindergarten in Kibera. Maybe you may wonder, how did I start? I'm professionally a primary teacher, and I've taught a few schools in Kenya. And I retired in 2004. I think all of us, we have been in Nairobi. We grew up in Nairobi. And you have seen children in the streets of Nairobi. And those children, with our really mothers, being mothers and fathers and even grandparents, we call them, you know the name. What do we call them? No, that is a good name at least. There's another name. So you know it. How many men here go to bed and you say to the letters, this year let us produce chokora? It pained me in all my life teaching and going through Nairobi with my own children, going to school. So when I retired, or before I retired, I was trying to, through my church, we're trying to look around and see all the people, sick people. And within Kibera, I think, I don't know whether some of you have been to Kibera. The only thing you know that is a stone throwing community. Am I right? Come on, say. Yeah, you have never been to Kibera. If you have never been, Polisam, try and go to Mukuru Kwanjenga, go to Madare. In your free time, that will be another exercise for you to appreciate who you are. So we had so many street children, and we named them Chokora, a name I don't like up to today. So within Kibera, it was even bad. Our doctors just mentioned HIV happening in Kenya, and most people, those of you who are maybe my age, it was a disease from Uganda. And funny enough, being Ugandan, some people were like, Lucy, what is happening? I didn't know what to say, but it was a bad thing to most of the Ugandans. And that was a cause of the war in Uganda, which people in Kenya are trying to look forward for. It is bad. The first place where this army group were in Uganda, the entire village was wiped away. Being Africans, it was like Amerogwa, our watu Amerogana, you know. Then it moved on. And who was transmitting it? Our truck drivers. Are you with me? Yes. Yeah, thank God the doctor comes from Busia, that is almost the border. Am I right? So the truck drivers are around Busia, Kakamega, you know. And then what are they going to do with our children? Whatever it is. And that's how, in 82, that's when I think the doctor, thank you for finding out. So it was bad news. In Africa, this disease, I don't think it is going to go. Let us be prepared for the show. Let us be prepared for the show. So coming back to Kibera, then when we noticed that there's so many young children at 3 years old because of HIV positive among our community, our village in Kibera, being a teacher and having brought up my children in Kibera since 1978, I noticed we should do something in the church. I went ahead and we went visiting, checking on grandmothers having children after their daughters and sons have passed on. That in Visti Kibera, you will not be what you are. Then we didn't know these children are not going to school. There is cost sharing. So we came up with a kindergarten. A child 3 years to be in the streets of Kibera. We started a kindergarten, which is now over 25 years last year. And 3 years later, 4 years later, this child comes, Shosho Manyanga, Mommy hospital. You know, because we are trying to make them learn English right from that age. Mommy, Daddy, because again, when a child, in our African tradition, when a child comes to your house, even if he's an orphan, you train him to call you Daddy or Mommy to feel comfortable. So we usually tell them Daddy, Mommy. In the school, the same thing. So 3-4 years later, because we started the program of nursery school in 2000, 4 years later, the children started being orphans. Whoever brought them to stay with them has passed on. So in that kindergarten I'm talking about, we take a child from your family, 3 years old, and you have to go through questions. If your grandfather, grandmother, whoever you are, below the poverty line, so we ask you whether you know your status. If you pretend that you don't know, sad. That's when you are like, the way the doctor said, you look it. So when you say you are not, we just pick your child. 2 months later, the child comes to school. Teacher, mommy hospital. So the teachers had to go down and find out exactly what is happening. Or mommy's on bed, daddy's on bed. So when we take a child from your family, we are now taking care of the entire family. Because you have these 3 orphaned children, you have your own 2 or 3 children, then we try to waive that luggage you are undergoing. So when a child tells us there's something happening, we get to know mommy is on drugs, HIV positive. And once you take it, you black out. So it is our mission to go to our store, take the food, and to sort of help this person wake up, mainly with, what do you call it, wimbi, that is porridge. It helps them. And with me, once one wakes up and says, Social, thank you so much. Mine is to encourage her, encourage him, go ahead, we need you to take care of these children. So if there is nobody to take care of those children, then we came up with the rescue center she has talked about. We have graduates in that rescue center since we started in 2004.
And we hear the explanation you're giving, so it just definitely shows that longevity is not just about living longer. There's a lot more.
Yeah,
there's a lot more to it. And let me just bring it to the institution also so that they can explain to us. From your perspective, in your institution, what would you say longevity really is?
All right, thank you very much. And Thank you for having me on behalf of Retirement Benefits Authority. It's indeed an honor that we are here today so that we can really be able to discuss this very pertinent topic about longevity. As Retirement Benefits Authority, we have been given the responsibility by government to ensure that we regulate the retirement benefit sector. And the sector itself is a sector that is set to ensure that accumulation of funds that have been put aside have been protected, those funds have been properly invested, and also ensure that we continue to capacity build in preparing citizens to ensure that they start thinking about their retirement, because retirement is not anything that you wish away. You get employed, you come in alone, you walk out alone to go into retirement. And so all that you have put aside needs to really be able to assist you at the time of retirement. Our rallying call is dignity in retirement. We need to make sure that citizens across all walks of life, whether you're in the informal sector, whether you're employed, when you retire, because that time will come, you need to retire a dignified life. So that's our role, to make sure that we protect. And really going by that, it's just but to say, government identified that Kenyans need to live long. And so we need to prepare them for financial freedom. We need to prepare them to be able to afford health care, as we've been told by Daktari, and thank you very much for the insights that you've given, speaking to all of us. So longevity is really to us, when we look at those in the work environment, is living longer than the age that you retired. Because many a times you look at that and the employers will take good care of you, pay your salary, afford good medical care, but when you retire, some of those things come in. The opportunity pieces that have been discussed here start setting in. And that determines really how long do you live after retirement. So to me, and our understanding is longevity is preparing ourselves way beyond the years that we always would want to say have been given to us to work. You need to live longer. Daktari gave us what we have is life expectancy, the age, and from our own surveys and working with the World Bank, we have actually gotten to know that if you retire at the age of 60, then you need to prepare yourself for another 26 years. So that takes us to what age? 86. So that kind of preparation needs us to have a discussion. And by having this, you need to demystify this issue of saying, when I'm retired, I'm tired and gone. That's when life starts. When I go around talking to retirees, people who have retired, when I do surveys, you find people okay at different levels. There are those who wish they could have done more. But there are those who are saying, I'm comfortable and I'm happy that I was able to do something. So that's our perspective in respect of preparing Kenyans. We have programs that we make sure that we prepare people. Talk to them about their life, talk to them about how they need to invest their funds. Get live examples of how you need to make sure that you prepare. Because one thing for sure that would come is retirement. And we need to live longer. Thank you.
I appreciate that, and I want to pick the word that he's using, preparation. So let me tie it with you, Madam Wenma. As you talk about training, being the director of training in your institution, what's your perspective of what longevity is?
Thank you for having me on this platform. I'll start with an overview of CPF. And CPF started in the 1920s, and it was formerly Lab Trust. And what it was responsible for was managing the pension for the counties. So since the new constitution, our core responsibility and mandate is managing the pension assets for all the employees of the counties spreading across 47 years. So when we talk about longevity, this is a company that's almost 100 years old. So that in itself is already longevity. But more importantly, this firm has been curated to serve people in this room and outside this room by managing the administration of those assets. This RRB is our regulator. When people put money aside, then it's our responsibility for the members to give them statements to tell them how much has been put aside for you, what are the returns that you've gotten, and how much do you have. And as part of that, then our responsibility has been to train people and to help them understand, is what you have from your employer sufficient, or do you need more? Secondly, over that 100-year history, we then realized that we could not just be administrators of assets. We needed to do more, because members would come and say, is my return good? Do I have enough? What will I do after? And that's how CPF Foundation was formulated, and my colleague Mr. Morris is here, because we realized we have to then service our clients from when they are born up to the grave. And we call it from the cradle to the grave. And we expanded our operations and our services to be able to administer different things. Today, our subsidiary offers medical insurance, which you need when you're growing older. We have an investment arm, an asset management arm, that then takes your money and allocates it into different asset classes for different returns. We're doing different things, working with the government when it comes to looking for development opportunities that we can invest. So in that sense, our sense of longevity is first and foremost working with our clients from when they are born up to when they get to the grave, but more importantly, even going beyond that and beginning to service the next generation. Now, the second point that I'd like to do to present on, and my last point, is longevity. Let me address it at a personal level. I look at this room and I'm quite excited. My grandmother died at 96, and she was such a blessing. She looked like me. She used to use a lot of coconut oil with a few wrinkles. And she was walking at the age of 96. She used to transact M-Pesa transactions. Shosho Manyanga here wangekuwa wameketi, because she was not letting her hair grow grey. She would die to, but what I found very fascinating about her is anytime there was any social function, so-and-so is getting married. When I first had my first car, I went to see her. Eka soda hapo crate, twende. Like in a day we'd have 5 social functions. Then so-and-so has passed on, haya, weka maziwa na mkate. So-and-so something has happened. And the one thing I noticed is she was so vibrant, and the people who were seeing, there's someone who actually had an amputation of his knees, and they're almost the same age. And I asked her, why is it that you're okay, you're sturdy, and you're standing in your old age? Yet we're burying people who are younger than you. We are taking people to hospital. They look sad, but you're vibrant. And for her, what she said, first and foremost, God. That was the one thing. She said, you must have God, but then you can't have bitterness. And she was so full of love and life, and that touches on what we were talking about, health. Oh my goodness, she was such a sunshine. So when I think about longevity, I don't think about you sitting here up until your age 77, 80 or whatever. I think about 3-4 generations, which is what the Bible requires us to think about. 200 years, if not more. I am the 3rd generation from her. She's already poured her values into me. I've been able to see. Those are the same values that I hope to espouse and take them forward. So when I think about longevity, I think about this who we are today, but the greatest gift we can give beyond finances is our value system and what we are pouring to the next generation, that they can be able to outlive us and to do more and go further than us. Thank you.
Oh, great. And then as you pass it down to him, maybe also from your perspective in investment, what would longevity be?
Thank you. Good history that is coming across. Let me confirm the 3 speakers who have spoken. They are getting deeper and deeper into the issues that we need to address. And let me say, longevity is about continuity. It's not just about what is the legacy that we are going to leave as we pass on. And borrowing from history and life experiences, I have seen several generations of my grandparents and parents. I've seen 2 of my great-grandparents, and 2 of them died at 120 and the other one at 124. Now, one of the common denominator there, they turned to be children at that age. So they could be carried like children. So there is shrinkage as you continue living. 2 of my grandparents, their mothers, died one at 101 and the other one at 100. And I have seen both of them walk through. And one was hospitalized at the last stage of about 2 weeks. And she was eating meat. She would not eat any food without meat. If you gave her, she would pour it out. And so my two grandparents in terms of the men, one died at 87 and the other one at 97. And the question I've been asking myself, what are the lessons that we need to pick from this? And the most important lesson is we are going to live long. Okay? Now, from a definition perspective, for me, longevity is being able to live longer in terms of quality and dignity. The quality of life is very important for me, and the dignity that you live with. In my other life, we ran an hospital, and what we've discovered is that most of the old people or the parents are dumped into the hospital at the very last stage so that they don't die from home. Okay? I don't know whether you're hearing me. So we keep them in the bed in the house. We try manage whatever we can from there because we don't want to spend on them. And then just towards their death moments, then they are taken to the hospital so that you can cheat us that you took them to hospital. And I think as people who are listening to what is happening today, that is one of the areas we need to prepare and not to leave others to take care of ourselves. And so from an investment perspective and financial planning, what we are saying is we need to plan now for the future. And there's something I had mentioned earlier when we were having a chit chat earlier, and we asked ourselves, what is the starting point of working? And we settled on the age of 25 years. Then we asked ourselves, so we work for 35 years, if we go to 60, isn't it? And then we live for 100 years. How many years are those? 40. What is 40 plus 35? 75, isn't it? And so, with all the responsibilities that we have as we work, we need to plan and prepare for 75 years with the same money that we are earning in the 35 years. Should I stop for effect?
That's a Selah moment. A Selah is when we say you ponder and think about that point. Yes.
And for any person who is still under employment, I think that is the question that we should come out here with. How many years do I have to retirement? And then how many years do I need to plan to live? Not to die, to live. Okay? Because we are not going to die, we are going to live. But then, how is life going to be in those years? And there are several factors that we might need to consider. And if we don't think about it, then we will not settle ourselves in that age. And one of them is, can I split the amount I earn today for the next 75 years? Looking at what is my monthly expenditure today, and can I sustain it with the same money for 75 years? Two, we ask ourselves, what do I need to do to keep some of the money aside to take care of the 75 years, and at what value? Okay? And so we are looking at security of the money. We are looking at the return because we need to factor in inflation. We need to factor in many other challenges that come. And then we ask ourselves, even with that money, then what happens when retirement comes? And as Dr. said, at 60, you're getting to 60 when the medical cover is being taken away. Is it? So who is going to extend that medical cover for the 40 years? And so financial planning for me is key and critical. And that is why Madam Wema here is talking about safety of your money and being managed well by service providers who have been regulated and licensed. And I am happy to say that the regulator for my organization, Lofty Company Investments Limited, is here for pensions. And all the products that we offer are regulated. And the administrator for my pension products is here, CPF. And so we cater for both individual and institutions in terms of managing their funds. And there is a lot that we can discuss around this area. But to say when we're talking about longevity, to me it's not about adding years to your life, but it's about adding life to your years. Thank you.
Go ahead. Majesty, now that you have the microphone on. Yes.
And what is the question?
So it's still just the same, but I would want to take it back to him again and ask another question. Yeah.
No, healthy longevity, besides what I've just talked about, I think we're talking about how do we remain independent and functional beyond 60 years. Because data, unfortunately we don't have data in this country, but I think it's in the Americas where it is estimated that 30% of the old people will be dependent and not fully functional. And out of those, 15% will need full-time care. Now that is frightening, because who is going to take care of them full-time? We hear people talking about old people's homes, which for now I'm really discouraging, because even in the best of places, in the UK, old people's homes, even with all their guidelines, there's a lot of abuses happening there. And that's why they're finding themselves taking their loved ones to Thailand, because that is, to Thailand, that is an income for the country. So they take care of them, and if you're found abusing an old person, it's almost a death sentence. So then it is business. So if we start thinking along those lines, because we can't also push the care, those who are not functional and will be dependent on our children. They also have their families. They also have a life to plan and live for. Let's start planning for themselves. So who is going to take care of these 15 to 20% who are going to need full-time 24-hour care in feeding, going to the toilet, bathing, name it. And I think we need to start thinking about that in this country and seeing how best we can address this question.
And while you're still at it, from your perspective, do you think our systems are ready? Do we have ready systems?
The answer is no. You go to Nanyuki, I think there's an old people's home. Entrance there is about $500,000 shillings for those who can afford. And even there, I'm not sure who actually monitors the care in that home. I understand there's some in Muthaiga, Karen, they're exclusive for those who can afford to pay. And they must have started saving when they were still in, to be able to be admitted there. So either you start saving at this age, at that age, as you prepare to go to an old person's home that will fit you, that will be to your standards. Otherwise, you are on your own. So the quick answer to that is that we're not ready.
Let me hear from Bonamutuko first, and then we come to you. Do you think also that our systems are ready?
They are not ready. And of course, you can hear the cry in terms of our health provisions in the country. when you meet very many old people, they tell the story. Now, when I was growing up, we used to say, so and so has retired, maximum 5 years. And I think all of us have seen that in our village setups. Or had that when someone retires, you just give them about 5 years. And it was worse even before, because on retirement parties they used to be given a wheelbarrow and a spade. Isn't it?
Yes.
Now we used to ask what was the spade for and what was the wheelbarrow. You are already tired. That's why you didn't do this. And so we need to wake up as a nation, and we need to know that as much as the population today is not as much as old as it is supposed to be, we're talking about 2 to 3% of the people beyond 65 in the country. But I was reading about a story from one of the pension schemes in Canada, and what they were saying is they have over 300 pensioners who are 100 years and above, and the oldest is 108. And it keeps pushing my head. Is our government ready to have 10,000 pensioners who are getting a stipend from the pension? Are the schemes that we are managing today well run and positioned to take care of the retirees when they run up to 100 years? And how many can they be able to do that? Are we preparing the population in terms of old age? And at this point, of course, I would throw my thoughts. And for example, for the regulator, if I was a policy maker, I would push some of the things backwards and upside down. For example, I would not do the youth fund. I would do an old age fund. Okay? And I would reduce the age of retirement to 45.
That is radical.
Yes. And what I would do is to make sure that everyone, as they enter into employment at 25, they know they are retiring at 45. And so they would build a fund that they know I must be out of employment at 45. Then the old age fund or the retirement fund comes in to supplement what I have built as a fund. And then there will be training immediately to ensure that each one of us will start an organization, an SME or a business that is going to employ a minimum of 5 people. Okay? So if we have pushed out 1,000 people, if we started organizations that would employ 5, we'll be employing 5,000 people immediately. And then, because of the experience that someone has gone through in their work life, up to 45, they will have the mind of taking care of the money they have accumulated and the fund they have been given, and then create more value. And if we roll this over, then we'll see a totally different nation. And I think this is the way we should start thinking for preparation. Thank you.
Yeah, let's have Madam Mena, I'll just respond. I know the regulator has response to that too. Yes.
I'll start with a comment on what he said.
Yes.
I think it's a value thing that we must embrace. And the reason is this. If you think about the enterprises that we have in this country, they're not indigenous institutions. If you're seated somewhere, if you're consuming in a space, it's probably owned by somebody else. Yet, we are also saying that our retirement savings are very low. So we've not found a way, as people who have actually been born and bred in Kenya, to actually unlock value in the potential that we have. We are great consumers. At least I can speak for myself. We like to have a good time. Bacterias all are drinking a lot. EABL is not owned by Kenyans. EABL is always reporting billions of profits every single year. I used to work at the Nairobi Securities Exchange before CPF. Try and convince the person who dreams to invest, because that company will, in your old age, you cannot. So I started with some, because we live in a country that has many opportunities and it's something to stand for. But that said, you asked a very critical question and asked, are we prepared for retirement? And he talked about housing. I think we are. The institutional setup has been done extremely well, courtesy of RB organizing different institutions. What we are lacking is people don't want to tap into that institutional framework. As CPF today, my colleague, Mr. Morris, is actually part of leading the foundation. We've started building old homes for people, but we've not even started at the home level, because you realize when you go up country, as you get elderly, you can't use your standard luxury because you need assistance. So the simple things that we've started doing through the foundation is to actually then put an elevated section to the luxury just to help you with that. But even that doesn't even have the goodwill and people wanting to do it, because people are like, why are you doing this? Give us something else. So do we have the institutional framework? We do. As an institution, are we tapping into that? We are. The challenge that we have is Kenyans are quite reluctant to accept that they will grow old. It's sort of a taboo. The way people don't want to talk about that. Simple things that we offer, such as death insurance. When somebody dies, you don't know when they will die. But if somebody dies and you have an insurance solution, you actually have money that helps you pay for their medical bills at the time of demise, or you actually have money that helps you contribute towards their death expense. It only costs as little as 1,000 shillings, but then Kenyans don't want to tap into that. Second and final point, retirement. We've been given if you come from here, people say campers don't crack. When I come back around 20, you never know, the age is somewhere in the middle. You might be 20, you might be 60, you're not sure. Anyway. So when you're thinking about it, your active life from 25 to us till 60, you have dependents. You have your children, you have your parents, you have black tax. So the money that's coming to you is not even sufficient to put money aside. But you're planning from 60 till maybe 86, 90, maybe 30 years. Yet you've been working for 40 years. So the thing is, people don't realize I have to save more. And most people will probably need to save at least 25% of their annual income to be able to service their older self. That does not happen. I used to do financial training and literacy. I've only found one company that saves 27% towards your retirement plan. Most of them, you contribute 5 as an employee, the other one you contribute 5%. That's 10%. And that's a high benefit. It's only the top level companies that do that. If you're working for an SME, where would you park? But people don't think about how much more do I need to put aside. We have Taifa Umbrella Fund. We have products that for as little as 1,000 shillings you can take on board. There are also products as he's talked about. So people, when you tell them, put 1,000 shillings for your future self, it's such a hard conversation. Are the products there? Yes. Is the institution there? It's there. And then the final thing that most people then tend to do is, because either mortgages have been marketed or we've been told we need a home, people then save or put the most money in a home during their most active economic and productive life. You end up living in Karen at 65, you cannot afford milk, you cannot afford to leave your house. You end up dying in your house, sometimes because of hunger, which is quite sad. So the other thing that people don't realize, it's not just putting the money aside. How am I putting it aside? Because it must give me an investment return. If it is not giving me an investment return, you're wasting your time. In our training, we normally evaluate your personal net worth. What are your assets? What are your liabilities? Most Kenyans, their biggest asset is holding a home. As a mortgage or in whichever form, maybe you've bought it and you've built it, but it doesn't give you income. So what people have failed to do is then to tap into the institutional setup, the products that we have, the products that are offered by his company and other companies, to look for a return. If my assets, I have maybe 10 million shillings worth of a home, that gives me zero. Believe me, 0 of 10 million is 0. But if I start working towards retirement and I want to have 10 million invested at 10%, first it doubles every 7 years because of compound interest, or 10 years depending on the return. But secondly, I have income. If I'm earning 10% of 10 million or 100 million, I have income that allows me to actually be dignified in the old age. So in sum, we have the institutional framework. Our regulator for the last 20 years has done an exemplary job in terms of ensuring the industry is regulated, but the industry has also innovated, but it has moved ahead of the people. So now the question is not a matter of awareness, it's a matter of a choice that people make to actually tap into it and actively plan and think about their retirement.
it, and we're just ushering you in. What are, as you respond also to what they have said, or the systems that they say that are not there, what are the common mistakes you think Kenyans still make, apart from not being able to really plan out, have a well planned out life, or just being well, correctly advised on what steps to take? What would be your response?
Thank you very much. And let me start by saying we are now in a position as a country that we have opportunities in terms of preparing for retirement. The question that you asked earlier on is, how prepared are we? I would say we are not, because this is not something that was inculcated in us. It's not something that we live by the day. One of the myths that come in many a times is that people would actually say they will not retire. I'll retire, but I still want to do something else after when I leave employment. Which of course is not true. I mean, you can still do it, but not to the image that you used to have when you were working. You could be framed, there could be things that you are actually looking into. So as an institution, we have worked as much as possible to put together the framework to ensure that the law that is in place is supportive, to encourage people to save towards retirement. The platforms that we've given, the products that they've talked about are highly regulated to make sure that first and foremost there is safety in those funds that you put together. Remember, we are actually transitioning from the old way in which we used to do things, the traditional way of taking care of the elderly. Where I come from, it was, when I grew up, it was being said that time that the larger the family, the better security you have. And that is why my grandfather had 4 wives. And when I interrogated my grandmother, because I didn't get to see my grandmothers, they said, this was purely security. Those days, because of diseases, there were many things that you come from, maybe children from one family, maybe notorious in one way or the other, they are careless, but others would actually take care of the elderly. That is how it was. But with time, we were caught up, people moving to the urban areas and, of course, abandoning most of those practices. And it became a challenge. Of course, this is coupled with the socioeconomic issues in as far as the country is concerned. These issues were not addressed as early as possible to ensure that we provide employment for Kenyan citizens. We ensure that industries are actually put together so that they can create employment. We make sure that we have a platform in which even that person who is not employed would actually start saving towards retirement. Our oldest scheme that we have, the National Social Security Fund, and I know all of us, because it's a statutory fund, we were contributing just nearly 200 shillings until 2013, when the reform came in, of course, which did not start off. We are now seeing a lot in terms of improvement. And this is now the basic in as far as anybody who really the employer is not contributing. So as a country, we would not prepare very well to make sure that we prepare our people. We know it is a right in the Constitution 2010 that social security, for every Kenyan, you should really be able to take, and that's why it gave birth now to the transfers that are being given by government. It's not adequate. It's somewhere. Whenever we move out of the country, somebody's in the country, people say it's good to have the 2,000 shillings. I mean, really, you get somebody who has been abandoned, old age, they get that, at least it's enough to buy 1 or 2 things, but it's not enough to take care of their needs. So the question, yes, we are not prepared. We are doing all that we can by bringing in the products that are needed. Now, coming into the issues that have been raised, yes, as we go to look at the regulatory framework, it's much more wider. When we talk about, and I hear my brother talk about people retiring at 45, and Midea has also contributed to it. We start going to the work environment at the age of 22, 23, and if you're lucky, you get employment. That's what we call the accumulation stage. You're thinking now of really, and this is something that we have looked through surveys, people have denied themselves for a long time Young people, we talk to them, want to buy a car, and not just a car, a flashy car. You know, they want to really say, I've worked so hard. They always say, Napatia mwili pole. I've been studying for 20, many years, and now I want to do. So they don't start thinking about saving. So by the time they get to the age of 45, not much has been done, unless really the employer has put in a scheme for you. At that stage, family is coming in. You now children, you're taking care of the children. By the time you realize that you're at the age of 50, that's when most of them start realizing that retirement is coming in. So yes, it's a good thing to retire early, but we may retire if we into poverty we have not accumulated. I've seen other countries, when you do the studies, they are actually even extending their retirement age. We extended our retirement age here in Kenya from 55 to 60 because government was not ready to take care of retirees. It was a lot of money that needed to be paid out from the civil service pension scheme. It was one of the factors. And so preparation is something that needs to be done over a long time, policy informed. We do our part, but it's wider in terms of the policy that needs to be put in place even as going forward. But I want to assure you all of us, and I hope, as I talk here, I hope you are subscribing at least for pension scheme. Please, I know National Social Security Fund is a scheme that's statutory, but you have an opportunity to put in additional voluntary contributions. We have products, CPF and others who we are regulating. Even NSSF itself, they take on additional voluntary, go slightly higher than what is required of you. And by so doing, I assure you that money is safe to be accessed to you as you go forward. We are looking at how do we bring young people to come on board, because we interact with them and they tell us pension needs to be attractive, not just waiting until the age of retirement. We're in a discussion in policy change to see whether, as you continue to accumulate, do we allow phased out in terms of access, so that it can also be able to assist you go into the environment that you say, building businesses slowly. Nothing stops you when you're working if you have a side hustle, but many a times you don't have the money. So again, these are conversations that we have in terms of regulatory framework to ensure that we are all inclusive. But let's save, and I can assure you that if we save, it will be a secure retirement. Thank you.
Great, wacha niulize swali kwa Shosho Manyanga. Kama vile tunakuita Shosho sasa, are there mistakes unaona vijana ambao wakiwa wanakuwa? Kuna makosa ambayo unaona tunafanya ambayo tunafaa kurekebisha so that as we approach retirement we become better and do better than what has been or what is being said.
Thank you, darling. The mistake we are doing to our children and our grandchildren is our children do not know where they come from. Trust me, the children do not know where they come from. And I think that mistake can be corrected. And to me, if a child has spent money to educate him, and we have never been to where we come from, the child will finish his education and won't be able to get a job. One member here said he has gone back to farming, and there's so many big pieces of land where you come from in your family. Even if it is small, I think we can use it. And those children can always say, before I get a job, let me go back to daddy or mommy or grandpa's piece of land. Instead of going around, no jobs. We have all witnessed what our children are going through. That is our mistake. Children going to look for employment. They come back with nothing. Some of them, they go out to work. They send money home. Daddy or mommy, they come home, nothing has been done. Our children are not guided, are not mentored by both daddy and mommy. And again, if you have business, I envy the Asian group. You go to their businesses, their children are doing homework in their offices. And in that sense, he's teaching this child, go and give, change. The child is learning. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm giving you an example which really, up to today, I've learned a lot out of it, though I gained. As I told you, we are running a kindergarten. We were running it in a church, and then the church was like, I think you get out of here, we need to use. We rented a house within Kibera. The owner of the house told us, oh, you know, now you are going to take 3 rooms. 1 room, I'm supposed to be sleeping here. When I come from up country, I don't want to sleep in hotels. So we didn't know that he had a condition. One day he collapsed, only to realize the man was, what do you call it, asthma. And we didn't know what to do. We gave him the first aid possible. We rushed him to Nairobi Women Hospital. This one went, the one in Adams Arcade. The man passed on the way. Darling, we didn't know what to do. He had not shown his wife where his properties are. Men who are here and ladies who are here, do you know your husband's properties? The man died, and then one of our teachers was like, Shosho, I think I'll have to go home to where this man. So we went into his room only to get his ID. Good luck. We got to know where he comes from. And this lady, one of the teachers, knew the language of that part of the world. She went down. Going, she didn't know where to go. Anyway, the card was showing where he comes from. Then she didn't know what to tell the wife. The wife was at home, and the lady was like, oh, mommy, do you know your Baba is in the hospital? And she left the man dead. But now I want you to prepare, because tomorrow very early we are going, but you have to come with one child was in Kibera. So she came, they called me, and the girl was like, so I don't know what I'm going to tell this woman when we reach the hospital. So I had to go to the hospital with her. We told the doctor, because we had already prepared him, so that. So the lady was told, your husband passed on, was taken to the mortuary. Then going back, the woman did not know even how to write, did not know how much we are paying for this house. Even the child who was in Kibera did not know anything. So we told the lady, don't worry, we are going to take care of you and take care of everything. This is the much we are paying for this house. And then for
I appreciate how she's taken the discussion to another level of just not just us discussing about the financial, but also looking at the role of communities and families in this discussion. So how can families and let me pass it to Dr. Agustino. How can families and communities prepare for longevity?
Yeah, I think families and communities will remain the mainstay. I think we need to go back to the basics of why religion is there. Religion was there, set up to help those in need. But right now, I'm sorry to say, it's doing the opposite. Many are there to enrich themselves, and they're not doing what they're supposed to do. So the community will remain the center of care, and they need to be supported wherever possible, including the government if they can, to provide them whatever is needed for the care of the older person within the community. I do not foresee us moving towards old people's homes, and I don't think I would encourage it for now. I think families and communities, much as it might appear like a burden, but they may need to take responsibility and be supported.
Great. You want to respond?
Yes, let me go back to the question that you had asked so that we cover some of the issues that are critical. And it's on the mistakes that I come to this. And our mission as Loft Company Investments Limited is to prudently empower and to empower our population towards financial freedom. And I think that is very key to everyone. And so some of the mistakes, of course, that we could be talking about is underestimating longevity. Because most of the times you realize we plan, but we underplan. So if we are going to be realistic in the way we are going to do things, of course, we'll do scenario settings or scenarios to ask ourselves, if I lived for 20 years after retirement, 30 years, 35 years and beyond, then how would life look like? And then, of course, the other mistake is inadequate and delayed start. You realize here we are talking about there is a lot of burden in our society. And so when we start working, we are working towards other things, but not preparing for retirement. So we might need to start as early as possible, but also prepare well. Then, as investment managers and other players in the market, of course we will promise heaven, but the market's turn. And sometimes there is a mistake of over-relying on the promise of a good return. And so we need to factor in turnarounds of the markets. If this doesn't happen, so then how do we push that to cover the same? And then most of the times, and I've interacted with quite a number of people, having been in the industry for over 30 years, where you realize most of us ignore healthcare. And healthcare, of course, will carry the bigger burden on retirement and caregiving. And what we are talking about here, community and all that, it will work, but it depends on the family. Now, jumping into one of the things, of course, that we have also made a big mistake on is on the investments that the population is doing. And so we say, as you get to age 60, you need to start making decisions of liquidation. You need to start moving from hard cash to liquid cash. And I give a scenario of Mzee, who is about 85 years, I met while walking and playing some golf. And he gave me his story that he has some buildings, flats, which he was getting about 570,000 every month. But now, because he's not able to go and monitor as often as possible, the reports he gets, it's about 270,000, and the reasoning is occupancy. Okay? Now, his children are out of the country, others are nowhere near to do that. And so my advice was, let's get someone to monitor what is happening on the ground. And he went, we got a forensic auditor who went and sat around, deployed his resources, and found out the houses are actually fully occupied. Okay? So what decisions do we need to make at such situations? We need to move our investments to near cash or cash if possible. And then you invest that money for a return that is almost guaranteed, and especially in the money markets and other assets where you are guaranteed, even if you go to Mombasa and live there, that money will automatically come on a monthly basis. without you having to monitor or do anything. And so we need to engage investment advisors as much as we can. Now, coming to the question of community and family. I don't know whether your families are like mine, or the scenarios in the society are the same. Our families are disintegrating at a very high level. Okay? Now, if you are at the age of 50, 60, 70, most of us are sending our children out of the country. And children are deciding to stay there. Okay? Now, the investment initially we were talking about, we were doing it for the children to take care of us, is gone. Now, as you age, your relationship are as good as the people close to you, because you realize the population of the same age will reduce faster than you think, isn't it? Now, if you ask Daktari here, the people he grew up with, how many is in contact with, who we can call his support, they have reduced by more than 60–70%. Okay? And so, as we rely on society, as we rely on family, we need to rethink and ask ourselves, what other security do I need to provide? And it has to be self-motivated and guided. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, let me hear from you, and as you respond, I hear a lot of preparation, early preparation from his end. As you speak, let's give it a wrap so that I know our time is far much spent. Let's give it a wrap. I just give what is this? What would happen if we don't prepare? You know, what's the worst scenario from your end, as brief as possible? Thank you. Great.
Thank you for that, as I wrap. Conversation about can overwhelm. I hope you can hear me now. Yes. So the retirement conversation, in retirement or planning for it, can be very overwhelming. But there's something my mother normally tells me. Can you allow me to say it in Kamba? Kwacha kwa mundu, nivala wa mokela. Umeshika hiyo? Kwacha kwa mundu, nivala wa mokela. What that means, your morning starts when you wake up. In other words, don't be overwhelmed rather in the past. Start today. What do I know? How do I take what I know and move with it forward? The conversation that Shosho Manyanga has shared with us, it's a pertinent conversation every single day, because people are not talking to each other in their homes. If you're going to think about retirement from a financial perspective, I think as families, as heads of families, as matriarchs in families, as children in families, we must apply the wisdom of bringing people to the table and asking, what is old? What is old? What can we do? How do we get families to come and engage with us? And if your people are out of the tree, there are products in the market such as trust, where you can start moving your assets there. So I think the key thing, even as we talk about community, we talk about health, there must be communication. And it's not a conversation where the Retirement Benefits Authority owns it, or serikali. You know, we're so used to the government. You know, we're asking what will the government do, but what will I do? Can I document? What you tend to find as you start doing that, you don't even know where your products are, where your papers are. Mtu atasema nilinunua shares in 1985. You're like, wow, where are they? You know. Ama nilikuwa nimechukua investment pale Britam. So those are the conversations that happen. So you need to consolidate. And I think as I close, my final contributions are this. I know we've been very technical and we've talked about many things, but there's in Isaiah 46 that encourages me, and it says this: even to your old age and gray hairs, I am He. I am He who will sustain you. I have made you and will carry you. I will sustain you and I will rescue you. That encourages me to say that in as much as we are growing older, it's not the end. It's always a new beginning. You can inquire of the Lord, you can inquire of others, but consult because you must. You don't know what is best for you. Continue to consult. And the final thing, one thing that we don't do very well, Daktari gave us such good points about health. There's even some medicine he said, I wanted to ask him that if you take 200 ml, he gave his mother-in-law, you know, it made a change. And I was like, wow, Daktari, where's your book? Where's your book? You've written it. We want, because this information we have, we don't document it to pass it to the other generations. We are not mentoring other people. I keep asking my mother, who was working with USAID and worked in the Constitution, why are you not teaching 100, 1,000 young girls about this? She doesn't know. So we must document, we must teach others if we're going to have an impact and make a difference when it comes to longevity and retirement.
Great,
thank you.
Great. Let's give it to Mr. Kitanui just to also wrap it for us.
Thank you. I know we could really say a lot and a lot, but
Yes.
I would just want to say that planning for retirement is not anything that we wish away. If there's anything that we carry today is to say we need to think about planning. It's not about how much money you have. It's not about how much saving you have. It's how well do you plan for those funds. And I always say, if there are things you wanted to do when you are still active and you didn't manage when you go into retirement, you need to reconsider some of those things. Because at retirement, what you need more, you need liquidity, you need to have a good Medicare, which we have actually made provisions for those of us who are saving in retirement schemes. And we are actually coming up with products soon, even if you are not saving, so that you can start accumulating. So that when you retire, you don't actually need to shift from the Medicare that used to give you that attention to another one. I know government is trying to come up with another one, but the reality on the ground is that it may not be as effective as what you enjoyed before. So these are the things that we actually tell ourselves. Prepare for roadblocks in retirement, as Dr. did say. I plan very well, but we are in a society where we have been brought up to take care of the community. I would want to do things with my family, that's my immediate family, but there are roadblocks that come, as Dr. did tell us. And I think when he was planning for his retirement, he didn't think he would take care of his parents and grandparents. It's a reality. Those are what we call roadblocks in retirement. They will be there, and they will be there with us in society. So as I finalize, let me just say community is important, but let's start from our homes. Are we talking to our children about saving? Whenever I get my statement, which I know many times is really mine, do I really even take time to look at it and say, how much money will I have when I retire? It's a critical document that at times we don't interrogate. But let's talk to our children. I always say, many a times we worry so much about our children, to an extent that you deny yourself what you'd actually live on retirement. And to tell you, your children is not your retirement plan. Thank you.
Your children is not your retirement plan. Let's give it to Dr. to also give us a line for his final remarks.
Thank you very much, fellow panelists. I think this has been a very stimulating discussion. And what I'd like us to probably go home with is your health is your responsibility. And take it seriously. Your body has got no spare parts. You're only made with one heart. Take care of it. But it needs to see you up 100 years.
Great. So your body has no spare parts. Great words. Let me hear the final words from. Go ahead.
Yeah, two things. One, I think we need to set goals. One of my lecturers many years ago asked the question, what determines the other, destiny or diet? And we need to determine our destiny now. Just two notes to make. One, I think we've said we go into business. If you've not done business in your lifetime, don't go with your retirement package. Don't, because you don't know what it is. Otherwise it will wipe you immediately. Secondly, let's try and cut cost. And I'm giving this as an example. I met someone who used to work for the UN many years ago, and they were living in Karen, in a 5-acre piece of land. Huge bungalow, many workers and caregivers in terms of taking care of them. But then every other day they were going to the hospital. And the doctor asked them, why are you repeatedly coming here? And I am not finding any particular thing. When we do all the analysis, we are not getting any diagnosis. But you are sick. And he told them, go back. Speak to your wife. See if you can move from where you live into an apartment. Stay there for 3 months. And let's see how many times you'll come and see me. 1.5 months, he had not gone. On the 2nd month, he visited the doctor and he told him, I know what to do. So he told the doctor, I am going to sell my property. I am going to invest my money in liquid form, and I will live where I want, whenever I want, and I will have people to greet every morning as they pass by. Remember the support system that we were talking about? That is what he was suffering from. And so let's not hold things by cutting costs from moving from that huge bungalow where he was spending a lot of money. Then he saved a lot of money, and he had money enough to live in Nairobi. Whenever he wants, he goes to Mombasa, and he moves anywhere because the money is enough in terms of return. The third one, and the last one, is let's learn to do what we call distribution as early as possible. And if you're not able to do distribution, look for a lawyer to advise you on how to do your will, or CPF for the trust. Okay? Yes, so there are so many ways of knowing how your money is going to be spread. You will get to a point you will not be able to go to the bank. You need someone who can go to the bank on your behalf. How do you ensure that is done? Thank you.
Great. Number 2 is in Kiswahili. The second one, in Kiswahili, we say, Raha? Jipe mwenyewe. Pass it to her. Your final words. What would you advise? Because we have both young and old in this room. What would you final
I
words?
think since you came here, you had a reason why you came. I don't know what reason, whether you are invited or not. I was invited and I'm like, excuse me. In fact, where is she? She invited me and I'm like, I've been admiring you, yes. Admiring you, you know. So then finally she had put it on a WhatsApp, I think. If I was around just to give my history in a foreign country for the last 56 years as a teacher, primary teacher, and sometimes I don't have a job because I don't have money to pay for my work permit. So I would advise you, please. So many professionals have talked a lot, and to me, it looks as if we are now talking to middle class group and I don't know with the other group, but what about my community in Kibera, Mama Mboga, Mama Kioski, Mama, you know, are we thinking about those guys? Okay, the other, anyway, I don't want to go into politics because I hate politics. Because, I mean, when the president came up with the Mama Mboga, you remember that, or bottom up, it had a lot of meaning. I wish people took it up. He meant what is our children are enjoying in America, Europe, that no matter what job you are doing, you are supposed to pay tax. Think about it. You have, in Kibera, there are people living, you know, just waking up, going to Changa, the doctor was talking about. They know how to brew it. Wake up, because he has got about 5 or 10 houses renting out, 3,500 or 5,000. And he has no future, he has a place home, and he doesn't want to go back, but he's all around me. in Kibera or in Kulukwanjenga, Mazari, let us also come up with something. Because the president when said that, I noticed it because my children are out and they say, Mommy, even the person who come to clean my house or the compound is supposed to be taxed by the government. That person who has got about 5-10 houses, does he pay taxes? Hello? Do they pay taxes? So in the end, we are all thugs. We are all thugs. I'm sorry, this is what I tell my people to give them hope. I tell the women, sell your vegetables. If you can't take your child to school, come, we shall see what to do. I think I've got about 5 families in Kibera. The woman is doing nothing. I ask you, darling, you are HIV positive, you have children, you are a widow. Where are we going to bury you? Where are your children? Social nazungumuza ukweli. That woman was locked up in Langata. We took care of her children, beautiful daughters. When she came back, she was like, thank you, Sosomanyang and your group, St. Vincent de Paul in Kibera, because we took care of the children. And she was happy. That's when I was like, Mama, so and so, I want you to go home. I don't have a piece of land. She had a kiosk. I told her one mabati every day when you are selling your chapatis and what have you. She went and bought a piece of coat, I think. Now she's back home, she brings me sometimes viazi, you know. And that is my way of living. Your community where you are living, what have you done? Yes. Are all those people working? Your maid in the house, have you ever asked that woman whether her children are going to school or not? There's so much tears in our communities. Back at home, mtoto wa fulani unajua ako na job kubwa. Or you know, there's so much to tell you. One girl got a from our rescue center, got a scholarship to go on semester to see if you have ever heard of it. She couldn't get a passport simply because when she went to Nyayo House, she was told, oh, I don't have my parents, I live in a rescue center. Okay, find out the burial permit. Do you know the chief also refused to give this, you know, and then the man who knew where these children are in Kibera was telling the chief back home, oh, that woman, there is a Ugandan woman behind that group. She's a rich woman, in my rich, thank God. We don't know where she wants to take those children. The 3 of them, girls, one of them went to semester to see, went to Queer University, graduated, based in maths and chemistry. She's now teaching. One of them to orphan, she's in Spain. It made me even get to know the Kenyan constitution. Do you know I had to go to the man, the last man who signs your death certificate and birth certificate? Who is he? Do you know him? I have the name, Sinta Wambia. At Upper Hill. Because this girl wanted to get married to a European man from Spain. And you know, in Spain, in America, you have to go back to where you come from to confirm whether you are not married. So the girl came here, went round back in our rescue center. Finally, she was like, Auntie Rosie, I think you are the only one I can go with. Bishop House, they told me to go to Upper Hill. I went. And the man looked at me and I'm like, excuse me, I'm here with my daughter. Okay, your accent is from, I said, yeah, I'm typical Ugandan and Muganda. Now what do you want? I want this girl, she wants to get married to a Mzungu. And what I want is, let her explain the papers, what she has been told at the... This is when I got to know that apart from 2 or 3 communities here, that a child, because I've been fighting them in the nursery school, mama analeta birth certificate, father XXX. So I usually ask them, are you Maria?
Basically, what Shosho is trying to bring, there are many issues that we need to address. So we need many more forums for us to be able to have all these issues aired and even bring a community around that we can be able to support. Not just support, because right now she is explaining a situation. Next time it is me and you who are aging, but we want to age gracefully. How well are we able to prepare a platform for us also to be heard and for our issues to be addressed? So let me just...
I only need your prayers, nothing else, and well wishes. Can you come and help us?
We join hands together now that we've talked about a community, a network that we're coming. And so who rightly put it, that this is the first discussion forum that we've had, 2026. So we look forward to many more discussions, and we will bring you on board, Shosho, so that we can be able to have these discussions.
I just thank my neighbor.
Yes.
And I love you this much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for listening to the discussions that have been going on. We've had that income security underpins dignity and health, financial literacy must begin early, and retirement systems, in as much as we say some are not working, but we know that they are evolving. And families and communities, like she rightly put, remain essential. So the question is not whether Kenyans will live longer. The question is whether those longer lives will be secure, healthy, and dignified. And that responsibility belongs to all of us. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Happy good of applause to them. Nataka kufamilia mulukutisha 1, 2, 3, funga. Fungua. Thank you so much, our panelists. We really appreciate the insights that you've given unto us. I think there's some gifts up kidogo. Nasike, are we ready to give them? Or after? I stand guided for the panelists? After? Now? Okay, kindly. From Agostino Munyiri, Lucy Kayiwa, Stanley Mutuku, Mr. Jackson Gudu, and of course Mbide Mwema. Safi sana, asante. Papigeni makofi yakipokea, and then I will request us to stand a little bit because we've been seated for a long time, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you one of the things I like after we finish standing, okay?
And we also apologize that we are not taking the plenary, but please, if you have any reaction, comment, feedback, please just note it down. And perhaps bring it over to myself or to Sarah. We will react to them in due time, but we just want to appreciate the panelists. Have you had a good time? Yeah. Wametusaidia? Tumesoma. So Martha.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I just want us to appreciate our panelists. I think being an older person's forum, I'm going to get Ambassador to help us clap. There's a clap he usually does when we go into the field, so I'll let him guide that.
Thank you. Those who don't know it, I come from Waruwaga, Elbagon, where when I was small, I used to go to Moro on Nakuru with a train, and especially 2 o'clock at night. When you're going to Moro, it's a climb up. When you're going to John, it's a going down. So the train had very difficult time starting off because it was a steam engine. And it used to start very slowly before it catches up the speed. So what I want you to do is for you to board the train, which will take us to Moro. And with us on board is our panelists. You've seen how they've done very well. We want to tell them this train will get us tomorrow because they have shown us how to get there. So usually what we do, we are starting now, the train does like that, Let's start now. Now the train. Now when I do like that, you clap. You are not moving. Yeah? When I do like that, okay, now we start.
Thank you so much, Ambassador.
Please remain standing.
Yes, thank you so much, Ambassador. I would also want to acknowledge Ambassador Rukia Subo. She joined us late. Just wave to the crowd. Former Ambassador Rukia Subo is here with us today. What I'd like to start by saying is thank you for making time for today morning. We are really, really happy that you made time within your calendar to come today and get to learn. We appreciate the panel, especially for agreeing to join us today and giving us their time and sharing their insights. So thank you so much from the Secretariat, represented by ACF and Sukun. We're really, really grateful. We have something really small for you in remembrance of today. And I think I should grab a few older persons to come and be with you because it makes sense. Please, I do have here Pauline Makwakwa, Ambassador. Ambassador. We have two ambassadors here. Please come. Ambassador Subo, please come as well. Wamera and Uhai.
I will allow you to sit just for a minute so that the pictures can...
And Uhai, please. And my guest, Susan from the States, would also be good to have you here to help me give this gift.
Let's face the front because of the... Tuangalie upande wa mbele kwa sababu ya picha.
I think we'll come one by one. I'll start with Tino. Tino, please. Ambassador will give you the little token.
Pigeni makofi kidogo.
Hapa. Angalia hapa.
And somebody mentioned to me we did not meet the half-third. I think we need more older men next time. Please. Yeah, 2/3. Okay. Stanley. Madam Rukia, please, for Stanley. Stanley. Madam Bite, you're very eloquent, so I'll also give you an equally eloquent woman we have here. She's called Makwakwa, Pauline Makwakwa, former teacher.
Tell your neighbor, come but don't crack. Come but don't crack.
And then I'll have Mr. Tom Kiptanui. She'll be given by a person here from Ohio. And then Shosho Manyanga.
A round of applause.
And lastly, I will let Maureen call the person who will give our able moderator, Julie. Julie, thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to show you something interesting. A young man who is old. Francis, please come.
He got his white hair at 20.
Yes.
So
please come here, my darling. Angalia mzee wetu wa kisasa. Pigeni makofi kikuta. He doesn't shave that hair. It's always like that.
He's not dyed his hair.
He's not dyed his hair. So it strikes the intergenerational balance. This is our old wise man.
So once again, thank you so much, and I will hand it back to Maureen and McKenna.
Thank you. So before we move to the next session, I'd ask you to stand up. Kindly be upstanding. I want you to hold a gun and a sungura. We have a gun and a rabbit. Okay? I want you to turn like this. You show each other your backs. Okay? Pick a partner. I'll tell you one thing that I like. I'll show you briefly. Okay? Be there. Be there will be my partner. Oh, no, okay, you can do it. Okay, the both of you. Okay? Umekuzana migongo vizuri? No, see there, Valentine. Valentine passed, eh? I want you back to back. Back to back. Are you carrying a gun? Okay? So there's a gun and a rabbit. Sawa sawa? When you turn, if your neighbor is a rabbit and they're short, they sit. If both of you shoot each other, you sit. Sawa sawa? Eh? We are carrying a gun. Okay? So one of you has a gun, the other one is a rabbit. But the both of you have a gun. Okay? We all have a gun. So either of you can be a rabbit in our minds, okay? So the first person to turn and shoot has shot the rabbit. If you turn together, then both of you are rabbits, you've shot each other, you sit down. We do a mock? Okay? So when I say shot, that's when you turn. Sawa sawa? In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, shot. Please, who's been shot? We go again. We go again. We go again. We go again. Please be upstanding. One last round. The ammunition is still on. We have the ammunition? Yes. You have the ammunition? Yes. Wanabeba bunduki vizuri. It's not every day you're allowed to carry a gun. Okay? You have the ammunition? Yes. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, shot. So before we get to the next session, or I introduce our next speaker, I'd like to show you or tell you one thing that I like. I like to play. I'm a big baby in another world. I like to play with Shosho, Ruka. They give me a lot of fulfillment, okay? So I'll play a small video of how I play with older persons. Are you ready? Yes, please. That is my favorite thing to do. Allow me also to recognize, you see now in our time and era, have you ever guys seen a Miss Kenya anywhere? Have you ever met a Miss anywhere? Nowhere? Now, in my era, we've had a Miss Kenya America. Imagine. And she's apparently my sister-in-law. See, I told you guys, I saw her touching my mother-in-law this morning. Please, Angela, really nice seeing you here. This is Angela. She's Miss Kenya. She's a former Miss Kenya in the America. Yani wazungu wote waliangaliwa kwa mali yetu ndio mzuri. Sipigie makofi. And I'm applauding her because she's in the space of older persons, and we are going to get to a point where we need ambassadors. We need faces that fight and advocate for older persons. Okay? Si ati kama ameolewa ama hajaolewa, hiyo mniachie, ni yetu ya ngoma. All right. Okay. The video is ready? Erastus, please prepare yourself, McKenna. Okay. We will play it. Pambana na mtambo today. We are going to play it. McKenna, I stand guided. We move on to the next session? Yes. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call upon Erastus Minor. Erastus Minor will take us through longevity from a human rights perspective, lived experiences from intergenerational dialogues. Mpigeni makofi tafadhali. a man with vast experience representing the H. And, you know, in Ukambani we don't have H. Anga Chief. Yes, Heritage International. We're going to screen it later.
So, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Anyway, you know, Maureen and Nasike did the crossing ceremony, so it looks very. They did the crossing ceremony, and also prior to that, then we had these very powerful panelists, and I thank you for that. I was just a few slides to show a few slides here. Is it possible? Yes.
So let's just hold on for a moment.
And
Erastus.
so just before we are preparing for that.
So this is a moment for you to breathe, to just reflect a bit on what we've heard today for about 1 or 2 minutes. And then we'll be ready to move on to the next part of the program.
So we give you a few minutes? I can't see you breathe. You're breathing so silently. Salimia tu mwingine mwambie dress yako ni mzuri. Breathe properly. You're breathing silently. Titus, are you breathing? Okay, as we wait for them today, we celebrate a very important person. It is indeed Nasike Kisaka's birthday, and she's one of our hosts. So now I'll give you an activity because you don't want to breathe. We will all sing happy birthday in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mother. Happy birthday to you. How old are you now? 16. Huh? 16. We wish you all the very best in your new year. Ama mnasemaje? we get all every single day. Let's give her a big clap. And God bless you. Mpaka unaona mzee wa kanzi wa enzi zetu ameshapeleka keki.
So let's use the first 2 minutes to watch this video. And yes.
Sound to me, it's just a soundtrack, it's nothing. I want you to observe the next hair. This is now my fun part. See, the old people can also bowl. That's bowling. You have to learn how to live as a team. Mambo ya kusema wanawake huku, wanaume huku. Look at the team now. Allah. Are you seeing my oldest? She was like 97. Her. And she's very observative, so she can't hear properly, but she's looking at me and she's doing what I'm doing. But I told the other ones, let's do the opposite. See how she's going with me. You can imagine when she was 16 or 18 how she used to be. Keep playing, keep moving. Don't say you're old. Thank you. Are we ready now?
Yeah. Anyway, I won't screen it, but you can see it. So, thank you, and So I was saying earlier, thank you very much to our panelists, Church, for the very deep insights on longevity. And as we were talking then, a few things from Dr. Munyere about the statistics. Just to put in the correct perspective that in 2019, we had 2.71 million older people. The projections for 2025 from Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, we had reached 3.2 million. Even this one project. And then, still last year, 2025, those people aged 60 years and above that were in active employment were 869,000 active employment, meaning that that is only 27%. I want to concur with George who said, even as we have this beautiful deliberation today, let us think about where are the other 73, is it? 73% have never had a formal employment. We are, as advocates of older people's rights, there is something I want to come back to my friend, talk about decent work, and also the appreciation, the recognition of work of older people. In this country, in Nairobi, the bulk that forms the private sector, you see, the informal workers, the washmen, the people who are taking care of their homes, and many are even in the construction industry, they are older people. So, again, even as we are saying that we want people to retire early, that is when we are thinking about formal employment. But there are people who are contributing a lot in this country, they keep on still working. Actually, it was so funny, I was trying to look at some very interesting, if you look at the internet, among the oldest workers in the world, and then very funny, there's a worker called Walter from Brazil. He worked in a textile factory for 84 years and 9 days. Then we have Dory, who was a barmaid, and she retired at 99 years. Then we have Clement, also working in office work, and he retired at 100 years. So we have to balance, because you see the reality that we have. You see, Julie, you spoke about the democratic dividend. The shift is here with us. So what is happening? The employment opportunities are not there. So even if we say anything, many more youth will become older people without having a formal job. Because we are sitting in an economy that, I don't know what happened to us. You told us about planning early, the issues about policies, before we talk about older people. So I was actually trying what you presented here with a lived experience. Sorry. Is it? Okay. That last year we did some what we call intergenerational dialogue forums, and the focus was to bring older people and young people, just as we are seated here today, to think, to talk, to reflect, but also to face one-on-one. And we did. And somebody spoke here, one of the panelists, about socializing. Socializing, you see, the aspect of the social health, the mental health, as a contributor to longevity. When people sit in their houses alone, how many older people in this Nairobi are seated alone somewhere? Because somebody said here, again, their sons and daughters are in Europe, in America. They are here alone because it's only a worker. It's something we call aging in place. A worker, as you see, you are the one who was talking about people working in homes for the older people. How is the love and affection? Because you cannot compare that with what we call aging in place. Aging in place is surrounded by people who know you since you were young, surrounded by people who know you as you have grown old. The love and affection. Even thereafter, people who know, who can come in the evening and ask you, how are you feeling? A worker will come there and fulfill what is in the rota. I'm supposed to sweep, cook, do the laundry, and many other things, then I go home. There's a huge one, yeah? So, we did this intergenerational dialogues in 4 places. And just a little background about the project supporting this is the Advancing Age Equality and Legal Empowerment for Older People in Kenya. And we have people who are behind it, actors, and I want to recognize here that currently for this year 2026, we have Aging Concern Foundation, that is Titus and the team, who are the lead implementing partner. Then we have the Helpage International, and then we have a team of people who are seated with us here, Kenyans, that are very passionate in matters that we are talking here. The technical working group on advancing age equality and legal empowerment for older people. So, can we see these people, please? Just recognize them. Yes. The technical working group, we are here. The technical working group, okay. So, these are the people. Ambassador, you saw, you had the president of Kibera Tom. We have Titus ECF. We have Nasike from Sukun. We have Jane Gitao, again, who is not here. We had Dr. Mwangi from Kenyatta University. And previously we had Lydia McKenna. McKenna, where are you? You are alumni of the TWG. So thank you very much. Let us clap for them. And myself, yes. Clap for me also, thank you. Okay. So thank you. So we did the forums. We conducted the forums in 4 areas to start with. That is in Kakamega, Kisii, Narok, and Kilifi. And of course we had our partners on the ground. That is the associations of older people that are there. We have Botambori, that is from Kisii, Tabaka. Then we have Likuyani from Kakamega, and we have Enkito, is from Narok, and then we have the Marindi District Cultural Association, that is Madika, who are in Kilifi. And they were able to mobilize for us 120. An equal number, 15 older people and 15 youth. And what was the context? The content and the structure. We based the structure of the dialogues by framing 3 areas, or more or less 4 broader questions. Number 1 is about understanding rights and realities of older people in Kenya. That is allowing older people to share their experiences, the challenges, understanding, but also allowing the intergenerational initiatives of learning. That is, what can youth say, talk about older people? What do they know about the rights of older people as they stay with them? And then another area was how to promote intergenerational partnership strategies, and not forgetting that older people have the experiences and everything and the knowledge, and the youth have the strength, they have the brain and everything, and they are more vibrant, more energetic. Yeah? But also the question of building trust. What needs to be done? We hear of cases of elder abuse in Kisii, in Kilifi. What is happening there? River Kisii and Kilifi. Nairobi here. Who has done a study about how many older people are in isolation, how many older people are facing abuse, and they are aware of. Sorry to mention our late Mzee Kerema, the billionaire in Nairobi. And how did he end up? What was missing there? With all that money, what was missing there? Okay, then Then finally also proposing some practical solutions. What do youth have for the older people, and what do the older people have for the youth? So that is very important, yeah? But also in terms of each one of them becoming a defender of the rights of the other. And it's possible, it is workable. Then these are the outcomes. What are the lived experiences from that discussion? That both are aware that there are the community issues that we are talking about. Lack of employment, hakuna dawa hospitalini, kuna kiangazi kule juu, kuna nini na nini, political unrest has a bearing. They have an impact on the rights of both. And so both have a solution to these issues. Then number 2 is the misuse of traditional authority. This came out from Kirifi. That when we hear that another person was lynched in Kirifi, be sure that the young person went to a witch doctor to get some medicine. You see? Getting medicine from an older person to go and harm another older person. Unknowingly, I don't know whether unknowingly, but that is the reality. Then, there is older people themselves, the concerns they have for the youth. And I think it came out from here, the concerns we should have for our youth. Because it's older people who have an experience. Dr. you spoke about the lifestyle. What is happening about alcohol? If an older person was here to share those experiences to the youth, they would actually feel something different about ile wanasema kupiga shot. Wangefikiria. Umesema kitu mpaka tukaogopa sisi ambao tunakunywa. The river is enlarged. So hearing those stories for them, it will help them also to change their mindset and also prepare very well. Yeah. Then older people as role models that the youth are recognizing that. But then something needs to be done. How to pass that knowledge, those skills and everything. Where are those platforms within our communities? And then also the feelings, the thinking, that is the prejudice. You see? What is the media doing? What are the people thinking? What do our young people think when they see another person? You go to school, you ask the kids, the pre-primary school, or even the primary school kids, please draw another person. Maureen, you ask us to draw our colleagues, but ask our young people, what image will they draw? An emancipated, a weak person, bent, yeah? Tell them to give a description, they'll say, no, they cannot walk, they cannot think properly, they cannot contribute. Is that what we want? And yet we are told here, the equation of growing old, that you are going to work for 35 years and live for 40 years. That is the equation of growing old. So what do you want people to do after 60? If that is the image that our youth have. Okay? Then some reflections I want to ask, post this one. Because we have been talking about health, longevity and everything. But my question is this, can intergenerational dialogues, that is conversations between the youth and the young, shape healthier lives? What do you think? Can they? Can they? See, we have been told here they can, you see. Older people need to search, even starting from our homes, yeah? How often do how often, I am asking the youth who are seated here, when you go, I know we talk about the distance between us and our older people in the village, yeah? So, how many times do we visit our shushu, akina makena, akina nasike, Christmas? So we take something, blanket, sukari, nini. Is that enough? Is that enough? And then tunaenda tukitoka kule, what you see nowadays, they say after Christmas wanaandika kwa social media, tafadhali msibebe kuku zetu kurudisha Nairobi, because wewe kuja na sukari kilo moja, alafu the value ya kilo moja ya sukari is 200 bob, na wewe ukarudi Nairobi na jogoo ya shilingi 2,000. What are we doing to our older people? So anyway, let us think about it. How can conversations between the old and the young make them socialize, minimize the tension and everything? Then, how does talking across generations affect longevity? And I think we have been told here that the youth will run around from the older people, and actually they will see huyu mzee ana matatizo kubwa, diabetes, living alone. I think when I reach his age, au her age, sitataka kuwa peke. So what do I need to do? Anajipinchi masikio, anasema I have to change. I have to control myself. I have to sacrifice for the sake of my future as well. Yeah? Okay. So just a little explanation about it, and out of our experience within the 4 communities, that at the end of the sessions, we really felt that older people, especially the older people, Titus in Kirifi, the venue was a rescue center for older people. Older people who were sharing stories with young people that I am here because my son wanted to lynch me. And since they came from their homes, they have never sat down with young people. But at the end of the session, they felt somebody was listening to me. At the end of the session, Titus, if you recall, the comments from the youth, that youth, there was a, would you want to talk about it? What to Riuriza, the rescue center at Manindi doesn't have a physical fence, a structure. And then that question came up. Yeah? Yes, Titus.
I don't have a mic. Who is not the mic?
Thank you, Rastas. This discussion around intergenerational solidarity is something that is very dear to me as a person. But sticking to the question, so if those of you who've gone to Madka, Madka is Malindi District and Cultural Association. They are based in Kilifi. It's a rescue center for the elderly, those who've been accused of witchcraft allegations or who've suffered lynching, etc. They're brought there. But the place is not fenced. So you've rescued someone and then you're taking them to a rescue center that again is not fenced. So you're actually exposing them even more. You have actually brought them together now even for better lynching. So the young people saying we don't need this space fenced. We want to be the fence for the older people. We want our relationship to be so intact that the young people will themselves protect the older people. That was the feedback.
Thank you, Titus. Yeah. So after the dialogue, we built the dialogue. That forum built an understanding among the youth that we are sitting here. And that's why the young man responded by saying, no, we cannot allow this to happen. We'll be the fence for these older people. Because they saw their future in the same way. Okay, and then, it's not just about medicine. And then longevity grows from social and emotional health. You see, people are happy, feel at ease, they wake up in the morning, pour in, you have somebody to smile, you have a grandson, you have a youth. That is emotional and social health. Then, and also, the forums also around the young and older people to learn from each other. Let's keep one, okay. And also this, I don't have to read through everything, but the feeling, the bullet number 2, that older feel purpose and also reduce isolation. The feelings of the older people in Kisi, the feelings of older people in Kirifi. So, and then something to to say about our young people? Does the experience of conversing with the older people do anything, has any impact to young people? It has, yeah? As I said, yeah? Now they start thinking long term, but also the plan was me. And then also for the young people, they respect age, yeah? Prejudice is mentioned about the aging discrimination, yeah, which we are trying to fight out in this country. Yeah? As you see, the moment you retire, who said that? The moment you retire, you walk around. Wale wanafanya kazi na formal employment companies, government. The moment you walk out, you say, "Oh, my friend, sharing with me." And if you come back the following morning, then after retiring yesterday, watu wanakuangalia kama you have resurrected. Unakuja kufanya nini hapa? That is the mindset that is in our people. Even what tumesoma kama sisi, we are thinking that whereas we have heard from our panelists, there is life. Okay. Okay. Then the issue about building confidence and social connection is very important. Yeah. Confidence and social connection. Yeah. So for the older people, we have said it, and I would like to touch on the last point: emotional and social well-being. Emotional and social well-being for older people, and increase the longevity. They have the confidence to say that we are taken care of, we are respected. Talk about dignity, respect and dignity. If you deny a human being those, they are done. Awe na pesa nyingi, wale wazee tunatumia example zao, they were denied at the hour of need. They were denied respect and dignity. Because it's out of this, then the person is also able to do their care. You do not respect, you cannot care. I'm a savior. You think about the other person is a brother, you see, all those things that we hear about. So, why do intergenerational dialogues matter, conversations between the old and the young? Because without them, especially for the older people, what is happening? There's loneliness. I stayed with my father here in Nairobi. I live in Ongatarongai. Every morning we are going to work with my wife. Sasa, in the evening, sometimes there's nobody, but we will take time, about 30, 1 hour, then my father came back to life. Because the whole day, 8 hours, ilikuwa ni loneliness, yeah? Then longevity, and then, okay. So the key learnings for us, for the sake of time, meaningful conversations, that is the dialogues today. Starting from the household, create healthier and longer lives for tomorrow. People will pour out because they are talking. The tension will ease. A grandfather, a grandmother, a father will feel at ease to share the health concerns they have with their son or the daughter. I'm a savior. Actually, to overcome whatever we feel about the traditional boundaries that are there, but with conversation, people will open up. Yeah? Then, very important for us, how then can we need to promote this? Free, first of all, there's the issue of freedom. Free. People are free to go there voluntarily, and then we facilitate that it becomes a mutual dialogue, so that everybody is confident. They have a sense of belonging, and they'll carry home what has been discussed. When it is one thing, one good example, and then connections across generations strengthen both society and the individual. Very important, yeah? So, wacha nimalizie na hii. People, there's fear about growing old. Why do people fear growing old? It's the stereotypes, the prejudices, the feelings, whatever they see, how they see older people. Certainly from our homes, even the younger people here would say, anasimama na mifupa nichaanza kuzeeka. That is prejudice, my friend. Siwezi fanya hii, unajisemea. That is the starting point of getting old. So getting older is no problem. We are promoters of longevity. You just have to live long enough. And to live long enough, you require all whatever we was said today. From the day one. Maureen, umesemaje? The moment you get a young man, anataka kuoa utamwambia, can I go to your mom to get cardiac clinic, nione how you are performing. But anyway, very positive that we have to work on longevity. Okay. And that is it from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Erastus Vaina. A round of applause. It's a generational dialogues. It is where we are headed, and we need to have more and more conversations. I'd like to have one young person in the room, and just give a quick remark, especially somebody who's never been even in our forums. Is this new face I can see? Hello. Say something.
My name is Jerry. I'm from Agaka, as it was introduced. I really love the session. Yes, true. It's my first time here. I enjoyed the conversation on the one Dr. Augustine gave around health to lead to better and healthy aging, especially on nutrition, because I have a background in nutrition. That's very key.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We will continue to have these conversations, but we're also coming to the end of the monthly discussion forum for aging. We will pick any reaction, but allow me to bring it to a close. For sababu it is almost going to 2, unless you have something very, very burning that you want to say. But I just want to summarize this in a very quick nutshell, that longevity is very intentional. You have to be very intentional. And I mean quality long life in old age. It needs to be very intentional. I talked to a very young lady, she's a financial advisor, and she tells me, Makena, wealth is intentional. Wealth. You can have lots of money, but to actually accumulate wealth and to make it work for you and to bring more income to you, it is very intentional. So let's keep up this discussion. One thing I'm taking away, Retirement Benefits Authority said, we have packages. CPF Foundation, in as much as they work with the counties, they have products for people. They have products even for informal sector. When we have these monthly discussion forums, they are platforms for networking. Don't let the wealth, don't let the wealth that you see here go like that. Be bold enough, ask the question, take a contact, talk to somebody. Because when we come together, like the way we come here, all of us have resources. And all of us are speaking the same language about old age. So we are very encouraged. Thank you so much, even for your patience to sit and wait and listen in and be part of the discussions. We are very grateful. Any burning point? I had seen a hand behind here. And I'll give you just one remark, and then I will call Maurice Omondi from CPF Foundation, who will give us the closing prayers as we end the meeting.
Alice Moyori, my jealous mom, and I just want to remind everybody always to think your health is your wealth. If you can get sick, you won't be able to work. And also I want to remind everybody to be doing detox or deworming. They have found out a lot of people have worms, parasites in their bodies. So make your food your medicine, and your medicine your food.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Your health is your wealth. Make food your medicine, and medicine your food. We have Arnold here from the online team. You want to make some comments?
No, actually, I would like to comment about the intergenerational engagements. Yeah, I'm encouraged to see Erastus's presentation. And it's true that now where we are going, we need to think more about engaging with younger persons organizations and older persons organizations, because older persons organizations, that means there is quite expansive experience in different aspects of life, from health to education and so on. And youth come with a lot of innovation, creativity, and new ways of using technology to do different things. And that is how we can find ways of merging efforts and moving forward together, even as we seek to achieve some of the targets of reducing inequalities from the different marginalized groups. The two groups are often marginalized, and we can do much more with intergenerational engagement going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Arnold, I know you're very linkage. So we are looking forward to that. Please connect. We have many organizations here. I am very happy to see Rebecca Ekwam, all the way from Turkana County. Simama tu well, all the way from Turkana County. That is Rebecca Ekwam. She represents Echami Aito, and this is the first time for you to attend MDFA.
No, my second time.
Your second time. Please just give one remark.
I don't know, I've benefited enough. I thought I was coming to represent my organization, but I've benefited more as an individual. Colleagues, friends, it's very touchy to offer services under LPED, which was started by Erastus in a place like Turkana. One day, God willing, if we could do a select benchmarking to Turkana, you will feel when we tell these old people to speak, instead of speaking to us, they cry. They cry with joy because some of them have been deserted by their families because of pastoralism and moved away, even up to 200 kilometers, 300 kilometers to the border for seeking pasture. So when we started this program, it was like a shock to the society. We have about 27 mothers we started with. Now we are at 49, and we hope to continue benefiting. I will ask the organizers, seeing is believing. One day, visit Turkana or other pastoralist community and feel the reason for aging. When we are seeing aging people with their dress, with their lasso, that is different than when you are seeing an aged person almost naked, with nothing, and also caring for grandchildren, about 6 of them. Sorry if I took long. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you, Rebecca, very much. We are a national platform, and that is why we have to see all this representation. Now I can see reaction. Now I can see reactions, but I kindly want to say, I hope it's not very burning. I hope it's not very burning. But please let us just write them down. We want to do the closing remarks, and then we finish. Also because we are also being noticed by the hotel. Time inaisha ya kwenda lunch, and today we have lunch for you. So I want to give it to Sarah Nduku. I'm sure all of you received communication from a lady called Sarah Nduku. And Sarah works with Aging Concern Foundation, and she'll give the closing remarks, and then CPF will close for us. And just to mention, we also have the Kenya counselors and psychologists from Kenya Counseling Psychological Association. They were our partners last year, the last MDFA in November, and we launched they launched the first gerontology course under the Kenya Counselors and Psychological Association. Please liaise with the lady behind her. Please stand up, wave. Okay, let's link up with them. They have the course, and I think the first cohort just completed. Yes. So please let's link up with them. And it is always a pleasure to partner with you. We are happy that you came today. Over to you, Sarah.
Thank you. Can we appreciate McKenna? So my name is Sarah Luku. I work with Aging Concern Foundation, and I am here to share the closing remarks. So first, I want to appreciate everyone who made it to the forum today. We have representatives from the government, Julie, Ministry of Labour and Social Protection. We appreciate your support. We also have CEOs in the room. Thank you for joining us today and for sharing your insights. We appreciate. We have ambassadors. Ms. Rukia has left, but Nasike, please do pass our appreciation to her. Thank you, Ambassador Kinuthia Wamangi. He is the ambassador order. We will share the communications. Then if it is your first time attending the MDFAs, please, I don't know how you can indicate that in the registration forms so that we had you in our mailing list. We don't want to leave you in this room. We want to work with you throughout the year. Then we are planning an intergenerational webinar in collaboration with Champions for SDGs Youth. Titus mentioned something about intergenerational solidarity. It's our focus for the year. So we will extend the invitations to you. Kindly do join us. It will be part of International Women's Day celebrations, so we'll share more about it. We opened a YouTube channel for the monthly discussion forums on aging. Please subscribe. I know you want to be associated with a celebrity. We are upcoming celebrities. So book your slot on time. We want to have you. We'll upload all the recordings for the previous MDFAs in the channel. So it will be good to track the previous conversations. Yeah, and that is all from my side. Many thanks to our speakers, keynote, Dr. Agostino, and all the panelists. We appreciate your support. So, without any further ado, I would like to welcome Maurice from CPF to just do a quick update, then pray for our lunch. Karibu, Maurice.
So please, you pick the meal cards from here as you go for lunch, yeah?
Yes. A reminder to pick the meal cards. And also, if you have not registered, kindly do. We need to keep you in our communications. Thank you, everyone.
So, thank you very, very much, everyone. I don't have much updates, aside from perhaps praying, because it is the Lord who keeps us, isn't it? You know? And by coincidence this year, both Ramadan and Lent for Catholics started on the same day, on Wednesday. So even as people go for Good Friday, etc., we are doing it. So it's like this, the heavens are united in these things, isn't it? So in the book of Job 12:12, even if you don't remember many things, Job 12:12 talks of wisdom is to the aged and understanding to the old. So the field which we are in is a special area. A special area, our older generation, our parents, when we came here, like 2 hours ago, we are aged by how many hours? About 3 or 4. So somebody might be saying, I'm very, very young, but at least now, you are 2 or 3 hours older than you were before, isn't it? And the other thing I wanted to share, that aging is actually personal. Sometimes when you talk about older persons, some people think of them as if they are somewhere there. But when it comes home, and we're talking about our own parents, our brothers, our uncles, people we know, then we realize that what we're talking about here is very personal. You have heard from all the speakers, which I will not repeat. And we also know that from the book of Exodus 20:12, about the commandments, there is one with a promise. It is which one? Honor your father and mother so that your days may be longer. So it is it's like one way of living a long life here on earth. So we thank you very much. Apologies, our GMD was not able to come, but she was ably represented by Bide Mwema. And we can continue connecting. And did we clap for Maureen? Maureen ako wapi? Maureen ametoka? Yule msichana mrembo alikuwa anatuchangamsha hapa. Si mnamkumbuka? Si tumklapie in absentia. Clap kinyumbani aje hivi. Pauline, kuja tutengeneze nice clap, alafu baada ya hapo mimi naomba. And even for Sarah.
Music. So, I don't know what we can sing, but we can sing something. Who knows that song? Can we stand? All things shall perish from under the sky. Music alone shall live. Music alone shall live. Music alone shall live. Never shall die. Please dance where you are. Because me, I'm a dancer, that's it. All things shall perish from under the sky. Hey, sauti, sauti. All things shall perish from under the sky. Music alone shall live. Music alone shall live. Music alone shall live. Never shall die. Can I see a smile on your face? Because, let me tell you something. One of the things that can make you grow longer into old age is a smile on your face. Even if inside there you are crying, smile. Even the person you are talking to you don't like, smile. So that's why I am singing this song. Da, 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 da. Yes, music alone shall live under the sky. All things shall perish from under the sky. The young people, come on, come on. I want to see the youth and the old here. Yes. All things shall perish from under the sky. Music alone shall live. Music alone shall live. Music alone shall live. Never shall die. Let me tell you, today is a very, very interesting day. You know, it is so difficult to find the young, the old, together. But we have a purpose. McKenna, where is McKenna? We have a purpose. And we don't want to live minor. We don't want to live this integration. We must make sure that wherever we are with the young people. What I have known the young people say is, Musa atakuambia nini? Huh? Even in the house, kama unajaribu kuvaa, you see your grandchildren telling you, kwa nini unavaa namna hiyo? Or sometimes they say, he was there. I don't know whether the old women are here knowing that the children in our houses, who are our grandchildren and our own girls, they say, after all, siwezi kuvaa hiyo ni wazee. Old people dress, of course, dress decently, but do not feel that you are there. And never think of your age all the time. Because the more you think of it, the more you grow old. Walk with confidence. Huh? And make sure that you are Miss Kenya. Okay? Please, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I hope I've said something. Yes. Thank you so much.
Everything else shall die, music alone shall live. Thank you so much. So we'll pray, and after that, so CPF Group Foundation is a great supporter of this process. We hope to host one of the MDFAs and to continue this journey together with you. There are so many other things we are doing together which we'll be announcing after a while. So let us close our eyes and pray. In the name of the Father, Amen. We thank you so much, Almighty Father, for the gift of life, for enabling us to assemble here today. You knew about this day before we knew it. You planned everything before we knew it, and you have made it happen. We thank you so much for the great discussions we've had, all the speakers, the moderator, everybody who has been behind the organization of this day, our team members from SCF, from Sukun, all the participants who came, the older persons themselves, the organizations of older persons, other civil society organizations which were represented, representation from government, and everyone who came here from far and wide. We thank you, Lord, and we believe that what we have discussed here will not go to waste, but will just be an ignition, something that will ignite us to become change makers, and that will become better people, we become better champions for older persons and with older persons. So as we come to the end of this discussion, we pray that you lead us, you guide us along the way, and for the food that we're going to take, oh Lord, we pray that it will give us strength to continue serving you and to do your will here on earth. And above all, we pray for forgiveness for the sins that we have committed. Help us to live a life that is worthy before you. We pray all this, believing and trusting in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Spirit. Amen. So we request you to come forward here for a group photo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please come for a group photo, and as you come, please, we have Brain and Mind Institute in the house. Brain and Mind Institute, we have Linda. She's waving her hand there, and Brain and Mind Institute are doing a lot of studies with older persons, including the African Fingers Project. Please, if some of you are interested, the older persons groups, organizations, please talk to her there. But after, please, let's do the photo first, and then perhaps you just touch base with Linda. BMI have been also our partner. They came through during the Dementia Month in September, and we talked about healthy aging and healthy brain. All right? The people standing behind in black and white, tafadhali, come front. Yes. All right. Please, tukuje mbele, keeping in mind about the Kenya Counselors and Psychological Association. Sign up. The team online, we appreciate you. Thank you for staying online. Thank you for listening. Right? Okay.